Now we will have the next person to be presented right here is Vin. Vin, are you there? Vince, can you undo yourself? Or how about Daniel? Daniel Sloan? No? Okay. I think Brian has actually sent us his video, which we are going to play right now. And I'm going to ask our administration from the Forum.Digital to actually play the video from Brian for his topic. And once you're able to load it, let us have what he has to say by means of video conferencing. In fact, it's all part of the contribution using digital transformation. Stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Brian Cassidy. I'm here to talk about digital transformation step by step. Essentially, this talk is about how to turn some of the good new digital behaviors that have come up during the COVID crisis into long-term habits. There's 3 advantages of a crisis. 1 is we do new things. 2 is we do old things differently, and we're primed for change. But the question is, will you get digital transformation? There's 3 types of transformation. There's a transaction, something that happens one time, a transition which happens for a period of time, and transformation which is endless and ongoing. I think for a lot of the things that we're seeing right now, we're going to have a transition. The question is, how do you make it into a transformation? I came across the area of habits when I was writing the last bit of my book, Cycles. And essentially, there's a recipe in business books. It starts out with saying the world is getting harder. It's more uncertain than ever before. We've analyzed things and we have a secret for you. Just follow us and the world will be a wonderful place. The reality is you need a lot more than what is in the book. There's a huge gap between knowing and doing. My last chapter is on habit building and how to make transformation happen in the area of innovation. So what are habits? We all know what habits are. But let me be a little bit more specific. Habits are about behaviors which are repeated and reinforced over time. The best definition I've come across for habits comes out of the book Mini Habits by Stephen Keyes. A habit is a behavior that's easier to do than not to do, and something that happens usually without thinking. The reality is most of the time new habits don't stick. What happens is people start with a good behavior, then they go back to their old behaviors. I think the challenge is they usually were not habits. The behavior was not sustainable, it was not facilitated, it was not repeated, and it was not reinforced. In the research on habits, the strongest and most important thing that will stand out in everything you read is motivation is not enough. If motivation was enough, everybody would be following their New Year's diets now in the beginning of June, but we know the issues. We're motivated to change, but 80% of us are off our diets by February 1st. I did a lot of research around the area of habit building and created a model or framework which I believe 98% of experts would agree on. Habits can be accidental or they're intentional. If you want to build habits intentionally, there's a 4-step process. First and foremost, you have to identify which behaviors you want to turn into habits. Second, you need to facilitate those behaviors. You need to make the behaviors easier. Third, you have to trigger them. The trigger is the thing that makes them happen. And then you have to reinforce, repeat and reinforce until they happen without thinking. That's when you have a habit. So I have some practical advice for you. I'm going to give you 4 steps. The first step is to identify and map behaviors. We might think that being innovative in a digital fashion is a behavior, but in fact that's a trait. And that trait is built up of a lot of individual behaviors. What we can do is we can look at all of those individual behaviors and map them on 2 dimensions. One is our willingness to do them and our ability to do them. Why would you want to map things? Well, quite simply, Behaviors happen when people are ready, willing, and able. At a certain level of willingness and ability, we're going to be below what I'll call the behavioral threshold. At this point in time, it doesn't matter how much you motivate them. People are not going to do the behavior. Other times, people are up and the willingness and ability is high, and if you prompt them, they'll take action like you want them to take. Now, if you map all those habits out, we'll see a number of different things fitting together. The second step is to start with quick wins. Usually, if we focus on the things that we're willing and able to do, all we need to do is cue them. And the best way to make people excited and willing to do things is to make sure they win. So if you start out in the upper right, what you'll find is over time, people succeed, and when people succeed, they get more motivated, and the willingness goes up. What you might not think about is the impact that doing one behavior of an overall trait has on the other behaviors. And that is when we see wins, we develop confidence, and we become more motivated to change the other things. So all these things go up in terms of our willingness. The second thing you want to do is work on facilitation. As I talked about earlier, the starting point should not be motivation. Motivation is not enough. If we start with ability, we simplify the goals, we make things easier for people to do, we'll get people across the behavioral threshold easier and more consistently. Once they're there, it's the time to work on willingness, and the way that we work on willingness, make them successful, make them feel important. And when people are in the green zone, it's time to work on cueing those behaviors. How do you cue behaviors? Let me give you a simple example. You want to be a runner? A simple trigger you can do is put your shoes out in the evening, so you need to walk over them when you get up. That trigger will tell you what you need to do is get out running. There's a habit expert insight, and that is what we have is over time, our motivation goes up and down. When our motivation is up, let's say on January 1st and we started our new diet, it's time to clean up the refrigerator or create a stacked habit, such as every time I take something from the fridge, I'll throw out one unhealthy thing. What that does is it creates a different series of triggers where we have the fridge on the left and the fridge on the right. If you want to be a healthy eater, of course, the fridge on the right is going to be the winning ticket. The last stage is about reinforcement. And I think the more motivated we are, the more able we are, the more likely we are to forget the importance of reinforcement. I had a long talk with BJ Fogg, author of Tiny Habits, and personally my favorite book on habits. He said that celebration is the secret sauce of habit building. I talked to him a little bit about my job as a consultant, and I said my job is to help people be successful. He said, no, Brian, your job is not to make people successful. Your job is to make people feel successful. Because when people feel something, they change how they act. When they feel innovative, they act more innovative, and they become more innovative. The reality is over time, people tend to become what they think about themselves. When you're an innovator, you innovate. I'd like to close with giving you everything you really need to know about habit building in one slide. As I said before, 4-step process: identify, facilitate, trigger, reinforce. You start out by identifying the specific behavior you want to make into a habit. You identify specific behaviors, not aspirations. A behavior, if you want to check it out, is something you can do right now or at another specific point in time. An aspiration is often a collection of behaviors. You've picked that thing out. Now what you need to do is you need to work on facilitating that behavior. And remember, the motivation is seldom the key to success. The starting point should be to build ability and build wins. Only when people are able to do the behavior should you start with motivation. Once people are willing and able, the challenge is to go to the third step, which is to create environmental cues or triggers to automatically perform the desired behavior. The reality is behavior only happens when we're able, willing, and ready. When people are willing and able, specific cues or triggers get people to take action. The triggers are there for behaviors, not traits. And if you want to be successful, focus on keeping the behavior small and simple. Make sure that people can win. When you've got a behavior happening, it's time to reinforce it. The reinforcement, as we talked about before, is the secret sauce of habit creation. When people are doing the right behaviors, they need to be reinforced. The best way to do this is to celebrate success and feel success. This celebration can create the link. I am innovative. We are innovative. That means we do this and that. This identity change is the foundation of transformation. Next steps, if you'd like, connect with me. I'm the only Brian Cassidy on LinkedIn. Buy my book, Cycles, when it comes out. If you want, send me a message on LinkedIn or at brian@briancassidy.com, and I'll send you a copy of my full presentation and an excerpt from my new book. The full presentation is a little bit longer than this one. Thank you very much, and if there's any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Thank you.
Okay, you have your 10 minutes.
Okay. I've actually prepared for 15.
I think
as I was told 15.
Okay, I mean, I'm here.
Okay.
The hosts are not even responding. Do the best you can.
Okay, will do. So
introduce yourself and also the topic.
Now?
Yes, please.
Right, okay. So I need to share my screen. Can I share my screen?
Yes, please.
It seems I can't.
I'm not sure what is happening. The host.
I don't have the ability to share my screen.
Maybe they've actually closed it because the time is officially finished, I think.
So I'm not due to start for another 5 minutes.
That's what I thought. Well,
Right.
why should they have gone? I think it's the GMT time business is 1:40 here in London. So I think we'll finish at 1 o'clock. 1 a.m.
No, but GMT is 12:45. BST is 1:45. I'm in Spain, and I'm an hour ahead of London at the moment.
Correct.
Yeah.
You are 2:40 a.m.
Yeah. Right now. So I have another 5 minutes, I guess, before I'm allowed to share.
Yeah, I haven't got a clue why the hosts are not responding. And some of them seems to have dropped off. Okay, yeah, but I'm here, Richard, to listen to what your presentation is. In fact, it's live on Facebook anyway.
Are we live on Facebook right now?
I think so.
Okay, well.
Are you able to share your screen now?
No, I still don't have the ability. I've got Senya writing to me,
Okay.
asking me if I'm on Zoom. I'm saying
Okay.
yes, as you said. But it appears that I can't actually do anything as yet.
Okay, I think somebody will come shortly. Let me see if they posted anything on the platform. No, I cannot trace anything on the platform. Let me see if they sent any information in the week. Has anybody sent you any information, Richard?
I've got Senya writing to me right now. She's
Okay.
asked me in my own Zoom. So yes, as you said, 10 minutes before, but I can't do anything. Chatting to the moderator, waiting for you guys.
If they sent any information in the week. Ah, there you go.
I'll start speaking now.
Yep.
Okay. Well, hello, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are in the world. My name is Richard Lewington, and it is a real pleasure to be here at the World Forum Digital. Attendees, speakers, and organizers, thank you for staying up late or waking up early in the morning. My name is Richard Lewington, and I am the Regional Manager for Blockchain International Training. I'm the head of digital at the British Conservative Party's Abroad unit, and I'm a certified Microsoft Innovative Educator. I also work for the University of Cambridge, and I'm a fellow of the Royal Society of Arts, which was granted to me for my contributions to education over the last few years. Now, I'm sure a lot of you will find this very familiar. Remember, going to work, and now because of COVID-19, we have been transformed to this. Now, this in intangibility reminds me of something like a hologram. Now, the definition of the word hologram, which is physical, has changed. When most people think of the word hologram, the first thing that pops into people's minds is something like this. Something which is used to verify security documents, passports, IDs, etc. But the definition of the word hologram, like I said, has changed, and fiction likes to tell us otherwise. From Iron Man to Star Trek to the Minority Report to Princess Leia's plea to her only hope in Star Wars, holograms, or rather holographic projections, have played an important role in each of these and in many other movies. Imagine if you could interact with holograms on this scale, to be able to manipulate data, archives, and computer screens with the flick of a hand, or be suddenly transported into new holographic worlds, or hold a 3D video call with a life-size image of the person you're talking to in real time. Well, now you can. Because when I think of the word hologram, this is what I think of: augmented reality, holographic projection over your real-world environment. These pictures show augmented reality on the headset-mounted display called the HoloLens. Now, many of you will have seen the HoloLens. It is essentially a holographic computer built into a headset that lets you see, hear, and interact with holograms within your own environment, such as a living room or an office space. It runs exclusively on Windows and is completely untethered, so no wires, phones, or connection to a PC are required. Over the last few years, AR technology has been used to create a number of solutions for a variety of industries, such as this holographic video call-in solution, which allows a person to connect with a colleague, or in this case, a family member on the other side of the world. Augmenting printing. Now, as the technology continues to evolve and trends fluctuate, the printing industry is also finding new ways to connect with users by bridging traditional print with digital technologies. And we see an example of this in the new £20 note in the United Kingdom, where you can hold a phone over your banknote and see a famous Turner painting turn to life. In healthcare, we now have the ability to view CAT scan images as 3D holograms and in real time, so that a clinician can make more accurate diagnoses quicker. This is how most doctors currently work with 3D CAT scan images, in hazy black and white and in 2 dimension. Friends, this technology is now here. This isn't the future, it is the now, and it is changing our lives and transforming the way that we work in ways that we never only imagined possible in science fiction. And this need is even greater now because of what we're facing post-COVID-19. In education, we're starting to see AR slowly being introduced into the classrooms. When Microsoft's HoloLens was first introduced in 2016, it came packaged with an app called HoloAnatomy. Developed by Case Western Reserve University and Cleveland Clinic, HoloAnatomy allows the user the user being medical students, to view the different systems of the human body overlaid on top of each other. Now that looks great, but how much learning value can AR actually offer students beyond this wow factor? I could have learned exactly the same things in more or less the same way through one of the many anatomy and physiology books, YouTube videos, and online MOOCs, all without having to spend hundreds or even thousands of dollars for an AR device. So as an educator myself, this is what troubles me about the technology and how it's being used in education. And we need to exploit the difference. Over the last 100 years, we have seen massive changes in our classrooms. From the introduction of cine projectors, televisions, video players, computers, tablets, interactive whiteboards. But how many of these tools really aid learning? How many just sit around in the corner gathering dust and are not fulfilling their true potential? Now, I remember when I was in primary school, we had a single BBC micro computer dedicated to the whole school that even the teachers didn't know how to use, yet alone how it would aid students. Now, in recent years, interactive whiteboards have become the fashion, with nearly every school installing them in the classrooms, but they're just used now as glorified and ultimately expensive projectors, while again not fulfilling their true teaching potential. From Pokemon Go to Snapchat, Magic Leap to Apple's AR kit, it seems that every company is now jumping on the AR bandwagon, especially on mobile devices. And although, yes, they do look cool, we are still not taking advantage of the full potential of this technology. Stephen Anderson is a learning evangelist, and he writes a lot about educational technology on his website, Web 2.0 Classroom. And he says that we need to be skeptical when looking at new technology. Is it truly good for kids? Does it allow them to do something that they couldn't do before? Or are we just rehashing old teaching methodologies and redressing them up with the latest technology? Or should we really be exploiting AR's potential as a tool rather than just another medium? Recently, the EdTech website Innovate My School asked educators around the world a single question. What can we learn from the past decade, so the last 10 years of EdTech? And Professor Steve Molyneux, the CEO of the Tablet Academy, answered this. Ever since the development of IT educational technologies back in the 70s, we've been promised a dream of technology that will transform teaching and learning, and yet almost 50 years later, we're still using the same methods. In essence, we are the only sector of society that has not undergone a 21st century transformation. Now, if you reflect on the way you shop, communicate with friends and family, bank, interact with government, and you do the same with the way that pupils are taught, then you will see what I mean. Now, Samir is a model designed to help companies infuse technology into their daily work. Popularized by Dr. Ruben Pentadura, the model supports and enables users to design, develop, and infuse digital learning experiences that utilize technology. And the goal is to transform working experiences so they can result in higher levels of achievement for workers. Now, if you look at the S, this is where we currently are with AR. The technology is just a substitute. It just enhances the experience of learning. But how can we bring it up the scale and take it to R? And what can we do about this? Einstein said that education is not the learning of facts, but the training of the mind to think. And this is what we want to do with our students, not just turn them into bored robots. Now, if you think back to when you were at school and think about who your favorite teacher was and ask yourself why, these are the kind of answers that people have given me. That the classes were not boring, that they were a little crazy, that they were interesting, that they actually cared, that they were attractive, that they made me think rather than just teach by telling. So in summary, we remember and learn better when we enjoy the learning experience. So what's happening here? To explain, I need to talk a little bit about 3 teaching methodologies. In 1990, Miller and Seller came up with 3 approaches to learning, which are transmission, transaction, and transformation, which are an implicit and explicit intentional set of interactions designed to facilitate learning and development to impose meaning on experience. Now, to rush through this quickly, because I'm short on time, we talk about transmission. This is where the teacher is just telling the students what to do. The transaction model was established where the teacher's a coach. They help the students guide and with some transferable skills. But basically, as you can see, the arrow still points from the teacher to the students. Now, transformation is what we need to be doing with students, allowing them to explore. The teacher works as a support, as a guide, not necessarily as a teacher. They help students investigate and learn by themselves, with a teacher acting as a facilitator or a guide. Now, I can run through this. We can see a quick overview of how these 3 T's work together. We know that our ability to remember things depends on how we're exposed to them. If we read something, we'll probably remember it, but we're less likely to. If we see something, such as a course or a presentation, and this includes augmented reality, then again, the chances of us remembering that information are also limited. But the more we use and develop our senses, the more likely we are to remember something. And what ultimately helps us to remember better is by doing exposure. Think of how children learn basic anatomy at a very young age: head, shoulders, knees, and toes. Or language. We have an expression in the language teaching world: if you don't use it, you lose it. People who are constantly exposed to a new language by living in the country where that language is spoken are going to have a higher learning curve because of all their senses, and because all of their senses are exposed to it, rather than a person who doesn't. And we can talk about gamification and game-based learning, which can also be incorporated. We can talk about how all of these things can be added to add to that experience, to the AR experience. Not just looking at something and saying, this is the heart, this is the liver, this is the skeleton, but something much more tangible. And this is what I was trying to say from the beginning, that this intangibility of using something like Zoom or just using augmented reality with a person just talking to you is not good enough, and it does not really help the student think and learn what is trying to be taught to them. 21st century skills, again, are very, very important. This is what educators are calling critical thinking, collaboration, communication, creativity. Each of these umbrella a whole range of important skills that we need if we want to compete in the world nowadays. We need to think about incorporating these important soft skills into educational AR solutions. How can we do this? Include cognitive services. Now, to conclude, I want to basically talk very quickly about a game called Fragments, which is an AR first-person crime thriller. And it basically uses an AI which helps you. You are the center of the game, and you talk and collaborate with the other characters in the game. And this is the kind of thing which we should be incorporating into AR solutions. So that's the dream, a fully immersive, interactive AI model. Just to conclude, I just want to leave you with these thoughts and a final saying from this guy, American philosopher and educational reformer, John Dewey, who said that if we teach today as we taught yesterday, we rob our children of tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Oh, Richard, that was awesome.
Thank you very much.
I picked up quite a lot from that, and I'm going to be making references to your work. Really, really good, very informative, very insightful. I mean, what we can learn from that is this shift of paradigm from the way we learn and the way we inculcate education into a younger generation.
Absolutely. It's the methodology that
Yeah.
needs to be thought about very strongly in the way that these applications are designed and how they're built so that they actually last the test of time.
Very good. Excellent stuff. So why do you think there is this lagging behind in terms of implementation of AR into the classrooms? We have spoken about it quite a lot over the last 20 years or so,
Yeah.
but implementation is very slow. Why is that?
Well, I think cost is one. I think people think that that AR, for example, is a fad, which is something like the interactive whiteboard, which could be brought in. You're going to spend a lot of money. Nobody's really going to be taught how to use it properly. And this is the other thing, where you need to change the mindset of the teachers that actually, we're now living in the 21st century where learning to code, learning to use technology like AR, etc., AI, whatever, is as important as learning a foreign language.
Yeah.
Say for English if you live abroad.
Yeah.
And the teachers, they come from an older generation. They're not used to this technology, but they really need to incorporate and especially think about what we're doing now. We're chatting over Skype or
Yeah.
talking over Zoom. Imagine if we were doing this over a headset where all of you you viewers who are watching today, we're wearing a headset and we're having a virtual conference where we're able to see each other like you'd imagine in a science fiction movie. But this is totally possible now. The future is now. It's not. It's not.
It's not future. The future is now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even yesterday. And
Yeah.
that was very, very informative indeed. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very
Wonderful.
much, Sunny, for your time.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
The host there, do you still want to play the video from Brian? Okay, so is somebody there to play that video? Okay. I think I'm getting some
uh, a different way of doing or living. Retail sector were moved or forced to move to e-commerce. We realized or we noticed that a huge increase in the number of transactions of the online payments from the Middle East. And in some countries, the growth in the online payments reached more than 1,000, 1,200% in the last month alone. Banks were talking about fintech, and they have been talking about fintech for such a long time. During COVID-19, they were pushed very strongly to start implementing and deploying the fintech, started looking for different ways of changing the way the business is run in the banks. Instead of forms, today we have everything online, not only doing transactions. Still, I think there is some room for improvements, honestly speaking, whereby transfers and some transactions are still taking a few days. I think this is something which is still banks need to work on it, and I hope they will work on it and try to find the new channels and the new ways to handle that. But other than that, they started most of their transactions, the communications with the users, with the customers, are now considering video conferencing. Instead of visiting the bank or visiting the branch, you can speak to the bank, you can speak to the executives or the staff of the bank, using the video conferencing, which was never before. Moving to cashless society, everybody started to use cards or online payments or using mobile apps to transfer and arrange for payments or make payments. That is because a lot of people, of course, fear the use of cash or use of papers in general. Maybe it will carry some viruses, and that will be a way to spread the viruses. Implementations of a tracking, and we see a lot of mobile apps implemented all over the region to track the infected people with COVID-19 and track their movements, as well as safe people or healthy people started to use these apps to get a warning once they are coming across to some infected people. We saw a great growth of the use of mobile apps in general, whether for food delivery or for so many other services. Most of the meetings, especially people working from home, most of the meetings started taking place online using virtual meetings like the one we are using today. People started to live the reality. So schools, hotels, aviations, of course, are hit big time by COVID-19. Hospitals had to change the way they receive patients other than COVID-19 patients, and the way they communicate with the patients. Doctors and patients, the way they communicate is different. Medical supply, I think, is one of the luckiest businesses which have seen a tremendous growth in the business because of COVID-19. After COVID-19, I think our life will never be the same. It will never go back to the previous way. The schools were always using the textbooks, and now they are forced to use online, and they are using online. Public sector governments started offering most of their services, if not all their services, online. SMEs, I think, will be the major change. Banks, I have talked about. Events like the event we are having now is conducted online. Health sector, it will be having and facing a huge change. And this is what I wanted to speak about. My time is over, and I think I want to get everybody on a track, so I will stop here. And I will be the mediator for this session, which is block 3, session 2. So I'll be with you for the coming 2 hours. And I would like to welcome my colleague, Mark Hervey. Mark, please, if you are with us, please come on.
Wonderful. Mohammed, thank you very, very much. You have been able to help us to appreciate what will happen before and post COVID-19 and how this will fundamentally change processes in education, in banking, in retail, in government. It was very, very informative indeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tony.
At this point in time, I'm going to hand over back to our host, who is now going to take over for the next segment of this particular presentation. So stay tuned, and we look forward to hearing more of the digital transformation and how all of this will impact our lives, not in the future, but right now.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Sunny. And I will be the host for the coming 2 hours. So I would like to welcome Mark Hervey. I think he is our next speaker. Mark, are you there? Mark, are you there?
Hello.
Mohammed, I suppose we can start from.
And you can have 20 minutes, I think, because Mark was not there. So please, if you introduce yourself and you go ahead, please.
Okay, I'll just share my screen. Okay. So yeah, hi. My name's Steve Taylor. I'm coming all the way from Oxford, so it's quite late here, but I hope there's some people still awake. I'm going to talk to you today about analysing COVID-19 data using our technology called Zagami and AI. So I'm actually a co-founder of Zagami. We've been going since about 2016, and also it's a spin out from Oxford University. So I actually run a research group in Oxford that analyses data all the way from data from the Human Genome Project, right through to X-ray data and data of large-scale data of like human beings, basically. And the person on the right with more hair than I have is Doug Lawrence. So he did a lot of the work on this. So I want to give him credit to this. He's done a really good job. And just to explain a little bit, I'm going to talk a bit about why we are looking at this. Obviously, COVID's a big deal, and it's a devastating disease and has lots of impact, hence the conference. And we're going to talk about why we started looking at COVID-19 X-rays. And how we did this was we were using our tool Zagami, and we used a deep learning approach, which is a form of AI. And we're going to talk about where we got that data from, how we built a model, and how we kind of reviewed that, and the kind of future work we're going to do. So it's going to be a bit of a deep dive into some of the technology that we used here. So why are we looking at COVID-19 X-rays? Well, AI-based tools are increasingly being used in medicine. They're just on the cusp, I think, of breaking through. You're hearing lots of reports from places like Google doing things to say, for example, identifying cancerous moles, precancerous moles before they turn cancerous, and eye problems. And we're getting more and more, we're going to be becoming more and more familiar with this. We're going to see this a lot more in the clinics, and using this to speed up the diagnosis. And a key thing here is, I think, for the foreseeable future, they're not going to replace the clinician. We're not going to have the clinician sort of press a button and say, oh yes, sorry, you've got cancer, you're going to have this treatment. It's really a way at this point of speeding up that diagnosis and giving the clinician more time. And I think the study that we've done is a real demonstration of the power of sharing all these images and data, and getting into a lot of the data obviously is private because it's got lots of patient information on it, but really we've really got to start thinking about how we can share these better. And we're going to talk a little bit about the principles of building deep learning models using medical images, and we'll also talk about some of the potential applications and predicting the outcomes of the disease. So you can see here on the right, this is a classic kind of X-ray image. It's a front view, and normally what a radiologist would do, they would observe this and they would look at certain points on the image to understand and diagnose whether they've got COVID-19 or not. So before we kind of launch into that, I just want to give you a bit of a background on Zagami. So Zagami is actually is images spelled with Z backwards, because we're really based around image data sets. We founded the company in about 2016, and it's a way of allowing you to seamlessly merge data and images together. So we can analyze many massive image-based data sets. And the thing is, it allows the person at the end of it to be able to really understand their data and really kind of query it without writing code or using complicated interfaces. We've really spent a lot of time making that really easy. And then they can collaborate and share findings. So we've used the techniques in Zagami to look at understanding how cells work in cancer in big, high throughput screens. And we've also looked at it to detect early diseases in echocardiogram data, which is another form of medical imaging data which looks at the rate of the blood flow of the heart. So we can start using techniques in Zagami to do that. So as well, just another bit of background. So I thought it might be quite useful to frame what the differences between artificial intelligence, machine learning and deep learning is, because they're all seem to be used interchangeably. I mean, artificial intelligence is used quite a lot in the media because it's a simple kind of catch-all term, and it makes people think of sort of robots like sort of C3PO kind of communicating with you or something. And we're not really there yet. We don't really have a full-on artificial intelligence systems. Machine learning is a sort of sub-branch of this, and these are kind of algorithms that take in sort of like structured data, and their performance improves over time. It could be something like, say, how Spotify chooses your favorite algorithms. Deep learning, on the other hand, is a sort of more, it's kind of more complex thing where you have multiple layers of a network, and that allows you to put in data and lots more data takes longer to train, but you get some really kind of focused results out of it. And that's what we've done here. This is the sort of approach we've taken. So just to show you Zagami in action. So this is the sort of main screen. The thing about Zagami is you see all your data in one screen. This is about 650 X-ray images now from a whole variety of different sources. So these are a mixture of different disease patterns here. We've got a mixture of COVID-19 and other diseases. So we can discriminate these. So we can zoom in. That's the first thing you can do. You can zoom in, and we have data about each of these images, and that's key, because this is where we put, this is our unique sort of selling point, actually, that we pull together all this data, and it means we can do really interesting queries with this. For example, we can look at the different data sets we've got. So we've got bacterial pneumonia data sets here, we've got COVID, we've got healthy, and we've got viral pneumonia X-rays. So this is our sort of like data we're going to start training the algorithm on. And we can look at these in sort of like different ways. For example, we can maybe have a look by age, and we can see here in this graph that you can see there's a definite trend towards people who are on the older spectrum who've got the sort of COVID-19. And you can also see which data you haven't got, this big column there, for example. So once our output of the machine learning and the deep learning is actually to develop these kind of like clusters. So if you look, we can change the color so you can see these really clearly. So the COVID ones we've identified of COVID are in the sort of like yellowy orange, and you can see where that deep zoom really comes in, because we can kind of look here, and these are actually images that are taken from the left side, or the side view, and you don't really want to use those in training. And also there's interesting patterns in why are these clusters being bridged here by what look like COVID-19. Why are they similar to the bacterial ones? So these clusters over here are bacterial and viral pneumonia X-rays, and over here we have healthy X-rays. And the difference between what we're sort of proposing and using is we're using the same machine learning algorithms, but we're allowing it to sort of take all this data and be able to visually see it, so you can look at the context. So as a clinician, you can come in and sort of look at other examples of this very easy, which is great for training. It's great for explainability. There's a huge problem with explaining these algorithms. So we really want to kind of push that. I think that's very important. So before we kind of get into this, I mean, this is the principles behind building and training and reviewing a neural net. They're not properly validated yet. They were working with lots of doctors and clinicians to look at this, and we're getting more data, hopefully, to validate these. So where can we find COVID data? We can find it from, it started with a Canadian group, Joseph Paul Cohen. He put a load of data he scraped from the web that was publicly available. And then there was other data from competitions that are called the Kaggle competition, which is basically a competition where people learn to train different algorithms for different things, and they were looking at the differences between viral pneumonia and bacterial pneumonia. And because we wanted to use all this data, because we didn't want to change whether to train, like, is it COVID or not, we wanted to look at different disease states to see if the deep learning could pick these apart. So there's I'm going to hopefully go through very quickly how you would sort of structure this. So we use a lot of publicly available tools. It's not really important what they call, but TensorFlow 2 is a very useful tool. It's produced by Google, and you can use this. And basically what you do, you take your data and your images, and you split them up into a training and validation set. And then you can split them up into these subcategories over here. And this allows you, then you can just feed this into the network, and it kind of just figures out the interesting features from it, basically. So it's like it does it almost like sort of random, but at the process, it kind of hones it down so you can actually find really interesting features out of it. And one of the things you have to do as well, because especially when you've got limited data sets as we have, we need to use data augmentation to add variation to it. So and also, so just an example of data augmentation is like, you might rotate the image a bit, you might blur it a bit, you might turn it around. do sort of different things to make it sort of simulate a real world situation, because you've got to imagine a patient's going to be breathing and moving when they're taking the x-rays, that sort of thing, which could cause blurring, that sort of thing. And then we can start building our model, and we've done this, so we kind of shape all the images all the same, and then we can experiment combination of all these different sort of like layers. We can start training it, and we can see how this training is kind of like going there. This sort of orange line there represents how it's getting better over time, and you can see this is the kind of accuracy, and it's kind of like going up there. So we've got about 70% accuracy based on what we've currently got. And then we can take all the, basically what we do, we use a thing called visual clustering. In this case, it's called TS&E, but there's other sort of ways of doing it. And what you're doing, you're taking, in this case, we've got the computer with the deep learning to identify 256 things it thinks are interesting, basically. And then they compare every image with these 256 things to every other image, and you see you're a massive multidimensional kind of problem. And we boil that down to like just two X and Y kind of features, which is why you get this really nice graph, and it's really understandable. And you can actually see and overlay the actual conditions of the patients on it. So as I said before, I mean, I think what's really interesting is the explainability and how we can explain things. And for example, you know, we can use particular methods for looking at what the machine's actually picking out. And in this case, we use something called TF Explain. Again, probably doesn't matter if unless you're a techie, but we can look to see, because the machines are like humans. They'll try and sort of like cheat as much as possible when they want to do things. So you can see here, this model here was picking up this kind of like piece here, rather than like the lung region, and it's really picking up the differences in backgrounds rather than what's actually going on in the lungs. And it was saying, I don't really care about this region. So you've got to be really careful with this, because it's only it's still not super smart. It's just going to get the best results what it can. It doesn't matter how it does it. So if you look at these images, then you can kind of understand it a bit more. So then what we did, we cropped those images, and you can see then it was focusing on real regions of the lung. So you get this kind of heat map effect where you can see where it's actually seeing, which is a lot better and gives us a lot better diagnostic capabilities. So yeah, so I think the future work is to work on this explainability, because this is going to be super important if we're going to be doing machine learning in the clinic and using it, or deep learning in the clinic, to make sure it's used by everybody and has really good clinical outcomes, because it's got to be as accurate as possible. We don't want anything obviously to go wrong, because it's people's health, and that's extremely important. We're currently working with various groups to get more data, because these sort of algorithms require lots and lots of data to train and validate the models. And we'd like to get more clinical outcome data. So for example, you know, did this person have a poor outcome? Did they have to go into intensive care? Did they have to go on antibiotics? And we can start feeding that into the network, so we can really start predicting then, use those as ways of predicting when we've got new images in, whether that patient will get sick or not in a certain way. And that's really valuable. I think that's a big step forward. And also the key thing is to get all this in the hands of radiologists and data scientists in this field, because that's going to be super important. And I think we're going to see more and more of this coming along. It's just starting to begin, and people are just getting their head around how is this going to work in a real sort of clinical practice. And that's it. That's the summary. Thanks very much for your time, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Steve. That was very informative and a great presentation, talking about artificial intelligence or deep learning, which is something from the future. It's current and it's the future. Like in my presentation, I was talking about some of the jobs will be eliminated, and obviously artificial intelligence is going to take over some, if not a lot, of the current jobs we have. Now, I have a few questions for you, Steve, if you don't mind.
Sure.
you know, having such a great technology that you are bringing to the market, it's very interesting to know how you are perceived. You know, one of the things about digital transformations is that the great people, the great companies like yours come up with great technologies and they are advanced, and sometimes the implementations or the acceptance by the market is not as quick as you wish, while technology is changing very rapidly. Now, with the effect of COVID-19, I think that have pushed a lot of things and pushed a lot of buttons. So how do you see you are positioning yourself and your technology, and how you are perceived, please?
Well, we're very lucky because we're based in Oxford, and we've got lots of really great contacts and clinicians, people who are experts in this field. So they really understand the mechanisms you have to go through to be able to get these registered, like things like in the UK and Europe, I think it's a CE mark you need, for example. So that's very useful. And also because because of COVID-19, I think because everybody understands it and they see what a threat it is, I think this has kind of like helped sort of propel this technology forward, because they, you know, people are swamped with trying to diagnose these things. So I think that's been kind of useful to kind of, as you were saying, you know, to really kind of gear up people, to make people think, okay, we've got to bypass some of the usual loads of red tape we have to go through to do these things. Obviously, it's going to be kept safe, but I think it's made people think because we need to get these tools into practice more. I think that's made it really important.
Okay, that's interesting. And outside the UK, do you see any inquiries or any interest outside the UK, or you are just focusing on the UK currently?
No, we focus on a variety. I mean, we have people in Australia, we have people in Europe, we've got various, I mean, because Zagami is not just sort of x-rays, it's all medical imaging and actually imaging itself. So we have groups that are looking at, say, how crops are performing. They've got it's called plant phenotyping, where they're looking to see how you can feed the world, basically, by looking at growing plants in different sort of conditions, and they have it all robotically set up, so you can have thousands of different plants and you can see the differences that change in Zagami and quantitate them. So there's a whole range of different sort of like applications. But I think the common thing is that with Zagami, it's a very visual platform. It's what it does is when you put your machine learning algorithms into it, you can see what's kind of going on. And so we have customers, yeah, like I said, in Europe as well. We've got customers in the US looking at conservation, for example, looking at shark fins and trying to identify how well great whites are doing in the field, that sort of thing. There's a whole variety of different applications.
Okay, we have one question for you, Steve, from our audience.
Sure.
The question is, how can you make it more accurate?
Well, we can make it more accurate by getting more data and images in, basically. So for example, in the COVID-19 example I showed there, we had about 648 images. But to do a proper machine learning model, you need sort of like thousands of images. It's like a human. I mean, the more it experiences, the kind of better it will understand the data and be able to classify that data with the right model. So yeah, we're working with partners to try and get more data to help validate that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Steve, for your time and for your insight and for sharing your great knowledge and great expertise with us as well as with the audience today. I know it's getting late at your side, so I don't want to hold you any longer. And I would like to thank you very much, and we hope to see you again very soon.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. So I would like to welcome our next speaker, Satya, who will be joining us today.
Hi, good morning.
Satya, very good morning, and thank you very much for joining us today. So if you kindly introduce yourself and let us enjoy your presentation today.
Okay, great. Let me share screen first so you can have a look at my PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
Are you able to see my PowerPoint presentation slides?
Yes, yes. You go ahead, please.
Okay, great. So good morning from Jakarta, Indonesia, everyone. It's 8:40 a.m. here. My name is Satya Hangayuda Widyaputra. I have a very long name, 3 first names and 2 last names. Well, for simplicity, you can just call me Hanga. I currently work in SKK Migas, which is the special task force for upstream oil and gas business activities. We regulate and monitor and evaluate all oil and gas business activities in the country that invest in the upstream sector, be it both local or multinational companies. I'm also the co-founder and advisor of IE2I, the Indonesian Energy and Environmental Institute, chairman of the Energy and Mineral Resources Division of the House of Millennials, as well as president of the Michigan State University Alumni Association. And today I will be presenting about how can modern technology help adapt to a new reality during a worldwide pandemic. So first and foremost, I would like to speak briefly about COVID-19, the coronavirus disease 2019. So it was actually first identified in Wuhan, China on Monday, December 30, 2019. And there are a few articles and studies that suggest that it may be related to bats from the Huanan seafood market. However, up until now, we have yet to find out where COVID-19 actually comes from. Did it come from the seafood market? Did it come from the laboratory? We have yet to find out. But there are studies and articles that indicate that it may have been related to bats. It is easily transmittable and highly contagious, and as of now, there are no effective vaccine. It is likely to affect those that have a weaker immune system, so those that are above 60 years old and have a history of specific diseases such as HIV and heart attacks. It can infect others indirectly or directly through nose, mouth, and eyes through droplets from those who are already infected and cough and or sneeze at us. So this virus can contaminate objects such as household tools, door handles, personal tools, all public facilities, which can become the source of transmission. Some of the symptoms that these COVID-19 patients have are fever, dry, cough with phlegm, cold, clogged nose, sore throat, headache, feeling weak, difficulty breathing, loss of appetite, diarrhea, vomiting, and nausea. And we may actually not be having any of the symptoms, but we can still be a carrier of COVID-19. So what's the trend in Indonesia when it comes to COVID-19? So this is a graph that I got from the Indonesian Ministry of Defense. As you can see in Indonesia, the number of cases, the people that have tested positive for coronavirus have increased exponentially. I mean, coronavirus has been in our country for a few months now, and we have yet to reach our peak. So we don't know when we'll be reaching our first peak, and we don't know when we'll be declining. So we have yet to be able to talk about a second, third, fourth, fifth wave if we haven't even finished our first wave. In comparison to countries such as Italy, Malaysia, Vietnam, Thailand, Cambodia, as well as Australia, we are currently on an upward trend, much similar to India. Singapore is definitely on the decline. Philippines decline, and it gradually starts coming back up. So in Indonesia, ever since coronavirus disease entered our country, which was first reported in March, the Indonesian government have implemented the working from home policy on the 16th of March 2020. And a few weeks later, the Indonesian government enacted the large-scale social restrictions policy, which is on April 10, 2020. And as of Thursday, the 20th of May, 2020, the number of people that have tested positive for COVID-19 is around 24,538. There are over 1,496 people who have died from COVID-19 and 6,240 that have recovered. And the Indonesian government is planning on implementing a new normal where we live alongside COVID-19. So we still wear a mask, we use hand sanitizers, but we do business as usual. So we still go to the offices, go to the restaurants, go to malls. So we do business as usual, starting in June 2020. But the question becomes, are we actually ready to live in the new normal? So modern technology have certainly helped us adapt to a new reality during a worldwide pandemic. So as you can see, ever since the Indonesian government have implemented the working from home policy, as well as the large scale social restrictions, we have held remote meetings and remote events. And that is done through video conferencing as well as virtual conferences. And when it comes to schools, schools are temporarily closed. And so all learning is done through online education. And the platforms that we have been using, and this is a good representation of modern technology that we use, is Zoom meetings, Microsoft Teams, Cisco WebEx, Google Meet, Google Hangouts, and it enables all of us to meet with anyone, anytime, and anywhere, giving us flexibility and reducing the cost in land, air travel, hotel rooms, meal stipends, etc. Not to mention just plain human time. So it's very much effective and very much efficient, especially now that we're all working from our homes. But of course, with technology, there are disadvantages as well, and there are areas that need to be assessed. For instance, the issue of security and privacy, labor law issues where people work longer hours, and there can be a lot more meetings held online than if we were to go to the actual office. We can develop a sense of loneliness since we are not interacting directly with the people around us, with our colleagues, coworkers, with our clients, and the people that we meet on a day-to-day basis. There is a lack of work-life balance since a lot of the workload can be heavy while we're working from home because our boss sometimes treats us as if we're always available 24/7. There can also be unemployment and also disparity since not all work can actually be done from home. So COVID-19 has accelerated digital payments, telehealth, robotics, online shopping, and robot/online deliveries. However, according to the World Bank, there are actually more than 1.7 billion people that are unbanked, so they may not actually have access to digital payments. And as the saying goes, those that can adapt and adjust will thrive, and those that do not will suffer. So those that can adapt and adjust to technology, to the latest trends, and can adapt their business to the new normal, they will be the ones who will survive. And those that can't will not be able to thrive in the future. So what are some of the practical solutions that can be implemented by all of us as a society, collectively, as individuals? Well, first and foremost, we always have to keep a good sanitation, keep a good hygiene by washing our hands with soap and running water for a minimum of 20 seconds. Always using hand sanitizer wherever we go, especially if we go outside the house, with the minimum alcohol content of around 60%. And if we were outside and we've touched a few objects and our hands are unwashed, we should always avoid touching our eyes, nose, and mouth. Using a mask when sick so we don't transmit to other people, but even in great health, so then we're protected from other people who are sick. We should always cover our mouth and nose with hands and tissue when we sneeze and cough, clean the surface of objects that are often touched, changing clothes and taking showers as soon as possible, eating nutritious food and drinking lots of water so we can keep our immune system. We should always rest well, exercise routinely, staying at home when necessary, and staying away from the crowd in public places. Not traveling if it is not urgent, avoiding physical contact, as well as implementing the social and physical distancing. So as you can see in Indonesia, we have over 267 million people, 17,500 islands separated into 34 provinces. We are a developing nation. We are in the on the equator, and so we have a warm tropical climate. But we are definitely not immune to COVID-19, although there are those that say that COVID-19 does not thrive in warmer climates, but a lot of people here, in fact, have been infected. The number of people that have tested positive for coronavirus have increased exponentially, and we have yet to reach our first peak. It hasn't even declined, and the numbers keep on rising. And if we look at there are some malls and restaurants that have been opened up, and it will eventually be opened again in June. And there are people lining up, and there are mass crowds, people trying to get into the malls and buy everything that they need to buy, and people just feel as if they're very much bored, staying at home all the time. And so that is very worrying from my perspective as an Indonesian citizen, because that can easily increase the number of people that have tested positive for coronavirus disease, and it can easily increase the disease in terms of being transmitted from one person to another person. So I hope that in the future, even though the new normal will be implemented in June, we can assess all of this together, see how it works, and always implement all of the practical solutions that I have just stated in my PowerPoint presentation. Because if we do all of this collectively, then hopefully in the future, the number of people that have tested positive will go on the decline, and we will all be safe. And hopefully in the future, there will be a vaccine that can potentially solve all of this problem. Because, of course, as stated by Mr. Mohammed, our world after COVID-19 will not be the same. I mean, everything is done, will be done more virtually, conferences, meetings, and we may not always have to come to the office. There are a lot of changes, and technology definitely enables us to adapt and adjust to the new normal. And since I'm only given 15 minutes to present, I don't want to go over time. I want to make sure that we're also on schedule. I only provided 8 presentation slides, although I did want to talk more in depth about COVID-19 in Indonesia. But again, I want to say thank you to the Forum.Digital for inviting me to come speak at their event and to become a speaker to represent Indonesia in the forum. I hope that my brief presentation provided a lot of information about Indonesia, the situation, condition in Indonesia, where we're going forward, and what are the solutions that can be implemented, not just in Indonesia, but also in other countries. So with that, I say thank you, and I'm going to leave it back to the moderator, Mr. Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Satya. That's very informative and very interesting topic indeed. If you don't mind, if you can explain a little bit, how do you see that living? A lot of people around the world are talking about living with COVID-19. Now, still, I don't realize it, and still, I'm sure a lot of our audience today, they have the same question. How are we going to live with it? People are afraid of it. People are watching the news and reading about it, which is scary, I think. It's scary enough to make everybody stay home. So how when you and everybody talk about living with COVID-19, traveling during COVID-19, how is that going to happen?
So the government of Indonesia will be implementing and enacting the new normal, where we live alongside COVID-19 starting next month. And if the government implements this, then companies, both the ministries, state-owned enterprises, a lot of the sectors where that employs a lot of people, they will, like it or not, require its citizens to come back to the office. And I think that, of course, as you have stated, people are very much worried about COVID-19. People are staying at home. People don't want to go anywhere. People don't want to travel because they're afraid to be infected by COVID-19. And since there are no vaccines available and the hospitals are full, ventilators are running out, and we don't have enough nurses and doctors to help us, we're afraid that if we do get it and if we do get sick, we don't know where we want to go. And so I think that, over time, it's going to take time and process. But since this is the government's policy and instruction, as well as in the future, it will just in the short near-term future, in just a week or 2 weeks, companies as well as state-owned enterprises and the ministries will require their workers to come to work. I think over time, gradually, we'll be adapting and adjusting to the new normal. And every single day, I am sure that everyone will keep a good hygiene, sanitation. They'll be using hand sanitizers, wearing masks. They will keep physical and social distance among their peers, the people around them. And I don't think that in the new normal, everyone's just going to come back to the office. Everyone's just going to leave their house and just come back to the office. I think that companies, state-owned enterprises, as well as ministries, will have a shift. So they will require some of the employees to come in a day or 2 days, 3 days during the week, and then other employees to come in the other days. And so there will be a shift. So I don't think it'll come back to the new normal within the very near future, unless everything is going on the downward trend and we found a vaccine, everything's going well and business as usual, then we'll come back to the new normal. But as of now, we're still trying to adapt and adjust. And because it's a government policy and it will be implemented throughout Indonesia, that will force us, like it or not, to come out of our homes and to get back to work and be business as usual. But again, in order for us to be able to adapt and come to the phase where we feel most comfortable being outside our homes prior to the working from home policy implemented by the Indonesian government, which happened in March. I think that it will take some time, but over time, everyone will become adjusted back to the new normal.
We have one question for you from the audience, from Arthur. How is the situation with PPE supplies in Indonesia at the moment?
Okay, and PPE stands for?
The medical supplies mainly.
Okay, so currently the situation in Indonesia is that there are a lot of patients that have tested positive for coronavirus. As you can see, we're on upward trend. We have yet to reach our peak. And so a lot of the peoples are going to the hospital, whether they are actually positive COVID or whether or not they are showing the symptoms, but it's actually not COVID-19. And since a lot of the people have been infected and this disease has been transmitted very easily and it's very highly contagious, when it comes to the PPE supplies, in the beginning, we didn't have a lot of PPE supplies. We didn't have a lot of medical supplies. And so what became the issue is that a lot of the hospitals lacked ventilators. And because they lacked ventilators, they weren't able to provide ventilators for all of the patients that are actually in the hospital that need ventilators, since they have difficulty breathing, which is one of the symptoms of COVID-19. And that became an issue. And that's where the death toll started to increase. And that's the reason why we started to produce more ventilators and we started to import more ventilators. That's why we are cooperating as well with other countries. And we have imported medical supplies, specifically from China. They have also provided medical supplies to us. And now we're doing a lot better than what we did a few months back.
So you think the situation is stable? You have enough supplies, you have enough masks, enough gloves, enough sanitizers in the market, or there's shortage everywhere else?
Yes. So in the beginning, that became a big issue. So in terms of medical supplies, as well as hand sanitizers, masks, I mean, there's also the black market for masks. What I mean by that is that people are skyrocketing the prices by 100, 200, 300%. And then the government made that illegal. We're not able to do that. And we did run out of masks and we did run out of ventilators, as well as if we go to the grocery stores, a lot of the hand sanitizers are all sold out. So, again, we are in need of medical supplies. We are doing better than what we did a few months back, but does that mean that we have sufficient enough supplies to provide for the people of Indonesia and the people that are in the hospitals? Not yet, but over time, we're trying to produce as many hand sanitizer masks as well as importing the medical supplies that we need. But again, in the future, there are areas of improvement that needs to be made, and certainly we still need to cooperate with other countries to be able to provide with us with medical supplies that we're running out of.
Thank you very much, Satya, for your time and for your insight. We enjoyed your discussion, and we thank you very much for being part of our forum today, and we wish you a great day.
Yes, you too. Thank you so much, Mr. Muhammad, and thank you so much for Forum.Digital. Take care, everyone.
I would like to welcome Olga from Russia. Olga, you might introduce yourself and let us know what you have to talk about today.
Okay, let's start it. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. Depends on where you are, in what corner of the planet you are, and what is your time zone now. My name is Olga Franchuk, Managing Director of Digital Economy Development Fund, which actually supports the initiative of holding this event. So I'm really glad and happy to meet everyone here involved Forum.Digital in online format. With the coronavirus pandemic, new reality has come for business. Companies were needed to change, redesign business processes, introduce new technologies and solutions. On the one hand, this is a crisis. On the other, new opportunities for everyone. Now the whole world is being rehabilitated after coronavirus pandemic. This epidemic was a wake-up call for companies to carefully review their strategies, policies, and procedures they have in place to protect employees, customers, and operations now and in the future. With the rapid global spread of coronavirus, companies should focus first of all on and foremost on employee safety. employee safety. And as they're reviewing their strategies, policies, and different procedures, many leaders are especially wondering about their legal risk actually. In response to the uncertainties presented by COVID-19, many companies and universities have asked their employees to work remotely. Also, it is always preferable to establish clear remote work policies and training in advance. In time of crisis or other rapidly changing circumstances, this level of preparation may not be feasible. When quarantine measures were taken in Russia, it was in the middle of March. Digital Economy Development Fund, with the support of the Ministry of Digital Economy of Russian Federation, started to create a list of digital startups and companies which could help business and everyone to survive during this difficult time. Initially, we did not expect such a great response from the digital industry to help and offer their digital solutions and projects for everyone without any fees or payments. What were the startups and companies? Actually, you could look through this list on the dcdfund.ru website. The companies and startups from the list providing solutions in the following areas: CRM systems, remote workplaces, platforms for online conferences, virtual computers, online project plannings, recruiting, and etc. These services are offered absolutely for free for every company who considered difficult conditions created by COVID-19 as the opportunity for digitalization. For example, Bitrix24, which is a leading organization on the CRM market, proposed its platform which allows to get full control over data, source code access, and additional tools such as help desk and e-learning, as well as integration and customization options. Or if we are talking about online education, Russian platform Skillbox, which is online university of popular professions, offers their courses for everyone. Digital Economy Development Fund's list includes more than 100 startups and digital companies and lots of happy and grateful users of the products and solutions which were offered in the list. As companies scramble to protect employees from spreading coronavirus with the travel restrictions and remote work arrangements, there is a distinct possibility that in-person meetings with teams, customers, or suppliers may be cancelled for days or potentially weeks and months. All public events such as business forums, entertainment events, international summits were cancelled too. So now all of us are participating in World Forum Digital. Digital leaders from USA, UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, Japan, South Korea, China, France, Germany, and other countries connect to discuss digital trends for business, investments, and our day-to-day life. Could you imagine 2 or 3 months ago that we meet here online to discuss the most hot and exciting topics? That the audience has already picked thousands of viewers. When quarantine measures were taken in Russia, Forum.Digital team started daily live broadcasts with heads of different companies from various industries to discuss how could we save business through the digitalization. And today, more than 40 countries, actually 40, are together. I really hope that the virus will soon recede completely and we will have the opportunity to meet each other personally. But you may not agree with me, actually, but I think that there is no fastest and most effective way to discuss the most relevant and important topics with the whole world than the online global meetings. Who knows, maybe today we started together a new trend for digital leaders, and we'll continue it with the Forum.Digital ambassadors, who knows, from all over the world. All of you are welcome to join this initiative, of course. That is all. Thank you for your attention. Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Olga. That's very interesting. Thank you for joining us and being from the organizers as well. Startup is a very hot topic, and it is a very interesting topic for a lot of people, and especially for me. Now, you mentioned a lot of interesting topics, so I will pick on a few of them. The startups in the normal days are having great difficulties to survive. So how do you see the startups surviving during COVID-19 and maybe right after COVID-19? What is your advice to these startups?
The startups from our portfolio changed their business processes rapidly. They feel themselves very good because, as example, we have a startup in our portfolio. It was focused on VR technologies, and now the startup created Export Center Digital. So this startup started to help expo industry and transform all exhibitions in online format. And now in Russia, the startup has a lot of offers from different companies, from different exhibitors to hold their exhibition in online format, as example.
Yeah, maybe this startup in particular that you mentioned as an example, maybe they are lucky because they are doing a business which is in demand. Now, especially you are talking about digital economy or digitization of economy. Maybe they were doing the right thing, but there are so many other startups which are not related to digital transformation, let's say, so they are suffering. Like in some countries, like in Bahrain, for example, the government came forward and they came with very aggressive plan right from the beginning, where the government allocated a fund of more than $11 billion just to support businesses, because everybody is expecting a lot of businesses to suffer in general, SMEs in particular, and enterprises in general, from this pandemic. So they allocated this huge fund of more than $11 billion just to support these businesses, and anybody who thinks or feel that they are going to suffer, they can apply for this fund to support them. So is there something like that in your part of the world?
Actually, Russian government has a list of suffering industries, which includes small and middle business, and they offer for them, the government offer these companies special offer, I mean, in legislation area, in rent of their offices, as example. They offer them special grants, I mean, for small companies such as startups, as example. Yes, and the Ministry of Digital Economy helps to digital startups too as well. They provide them with special grants, with special conditions during the pandemic time and a year after the quarantine measures. So I hope all of them will survive with the support of the governments and with support of different funds, because now we are looking for startups in which we are going to invest. But our specialization is digital startups. So
good, very good. We have one question from the audience, from Arthur. He is asking you, what's your vision for the World Forum Digital, and how do you see it in the next 3 to 5 years?
I hope it will be like World Economic Forum. Why not? I hope so. If you'll be all with us, why not?
Hopefully, yes.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you very much, Olga, for your time and for participating with us today. And I will take the floor to our next speaker, Arthur Gopak, who is the CEO for Alpha Gamma from the Netherlands. So Arthur, welcome to our forum. And thank you very much for being active in participation in the earlier sessions with some very interesting questions.
The pleasure is mine. Thanks so much for having me. Give me a second. I'm just making sure that the screen is shared. Give me a second. There we go. I
think you will be talking to us about something very interesting, which is education. Education is a very interesting topic to everybody, especially these days. So I think we'll be very excited to hear your vision about it.
Yeah.
So go ahead, please.
Thanks so much. Just before I move on, can you see the slides?
Yes, we can see it very clearly. Go ahead.
Fantastic. Great. Okay. My name is Arthur Gopak. I'm CEO and editor-in-chief of Alpha Gamma, which is a business portal for young professionals. And indeed, today I'm going to be talking about 5 unexpected ways how education is going to change after COVID-19. So before I move on, so this is how we look like. So we're a purely digital platform, and we cover content that covers career and business related tips, trends, and opportunities. And we create content in the form of articles, in the form of blog posts that address the topics that are relevant to young readers aged between 18 to 35. Speaking about the stats, so we reach almost 2 million people every month on our platform, and also through the channels that we own. And even though we're a global platform, so that's the reason why we keep our content in English. We have the primary readers are based in Europe and North America, and hopefully, thanks to Forum.Digital, we'll be able to fix that. Now we do have also quite a lot of international partners, and for the sake of this presentation, we featured a couple of universities that we've been collaborating with, and so we do have a bit of insights when it comes down to not just talking to what the perceptions are among young people and current students, but also the educational institutions. Now, so before I start talking about like the future, like about the 5 unexpected ways, I would like to give a bit of a framework in terms of where we are today. So that's why I'll briefly mention the current trends that affect the current education industry. So as all of you know, that due to the recent pandemic, that the traveling is restricted, and it's not just the international travel that's restricted, but sometimes also domestic travel. As a result, there is a minimized social interaction. So when we talk about the context of education, so we're talking about the online learning or distant learning, and which sounds like a futuristic idea. In reality, what we get is that we're having a challenge both for students and lecturers. And even though we are technologically ready, we still aren't there yet. And I'll address I'll address some of those challenges a bit further. So another important aspect here is that, yes, sure, we have the pandemic, which is a short-term trend that's happening right here, right now, but there are underlying trends that are related to technology and also the demands that we as the users place, on all these services, all the products we consume online. And right now, I can tell that Insta everything is the definition of younger generations, of younger users. So it's very easy to get accustomed to to receiving response immediately, or getting your order placed today and receiving it like not just tomorrow but within the same day. And this also adds pressure to not just the consumer products, but also to education. So we do demand speed and quality for any type of product or service that we're paying for. And a couple of speakers mentioned this trend that, and the reason why there is a goldfish on the slide is that typically a goldfish has an attention span of 9 seconds, while a modern user has the bit shorter attention span of 8 seconds. And a couple of speakers mentioned this previously today. But this is actually the good and bad news for the education professionals from the academia, is that even though the attention span is limited, it's critical to suggest relevant topics, the ones that actually trigger the attention, and then it's easy to follow along. And it's, again, like, I can't emphasize relevance enough, because being relevant, that's actually the question of survival at the moment, to be relevant to what the students want, what the employers want, and follow the recent tech trends. And to add the insult to injury, that since now all of us have the benefits to enjoy, our virtual conference, so is everyone else. So as a result, there is a constant 24/7 fight for our attention virtually, which means that I wouldn't be surprised if after a while our attention span will even shrink further. But the challenge here is that since all of us are going through and focus our attention on a handful of mediums, like laptops, computers, tablets, then all of like the rest of the world is gonna make sure that they're visible online, that their universities, their programs, since we're talking about education, or if we're talking about any other education related initiatives, they're visible, they stand out, and there is a challenge that the end user, these potential students or current students, they're constantly bombarded with all the offers from all over the place. So that's another massive challenge that the academic professionals face. Now, it's not all doom and gloom here. So obviously there are many. So all the challenges, they do bring a lot of opportunities, and I can't wait to talk about them. So here are the 5 unexpected ways how education is going to change after COVID-19. So the first way, and probably the first point I would like to bring out here, is that the in-person interaction gonna become far more valuable than the virtual interaction. So let me explain what I mean by this. Is that even though we have a chance to consume content virtually, and still we can answer answer the questions or address questions virtually, still right now there is no meaningful alternative to a physical in-person interaction. And the forward-thinking universities, and the universities that we have been working with, they were having discussions with us to see what aspects of education in general, not if we're just talking about the current trends, but what aspects are the most valuable among current students. And after talking to our members, our community members at Alpha Gamma, we realized that the reason why students well pick the degrees, it's not just the knowledge, but it's an ability to meet like-minded individuals. It's an opportunity to connect with outstanding alumni who are part of that university network. And it's less about the actual content per se, even though I know it's quite debatable aspect, but bear with me for a second. That if we're talking about the knowledge, if we're talking about the courses, the degree curriculum, it's pure information. And I like this quote of Tom Cheesewright's, one of the outstanding futurists, that in an information age, knowledge isn't power, it's a commodity. And I put the coffee beans here because, like, in financial markets, the like the coffee beans, corn, milk are some of the commodities that are traded, and they only have the market value. And the same with knowledge. So universities can't provide it, and no longer it's long gone are the days when universities could only provide the knowledge and just charge for it. So now it has become like so universities now are faced with the challenge to remove, or if not remove, but significantly reduce the cost and the tuition fees from students. And so there has been also a recent study conducted by a consortium of UK-based universities that asked the alumni of all UK-based universities about the value of network, about the about the reasons why they picked specific degree, and the overwhelming majority people, or shall I say alumni, mentioned that almost 90% of those respondents mentioned that they value networking and socializing over the rest, like over the other aspects that universities have to offer. So, so the second point that I would like to bring up, so it's inevitable that since there is this paradigm shift, that the knowledge has become a commodity, that there are new monetization models that are going to emerge, and universities will have to look for other ways to compensate the loss of the tuition fees, tuition revenue. And that's why they'll have to think hard, because even right now, if we're looking, say, at, I'm not talking so much about Europe, but say if we look at North America, for instance, then they're already facing, US-based universities are facing the challenge of charging the same college fees for Zoom classes, and the students, of course, are reluctant to do that. So because they feel that the online tutoring is not a good substitute for that, and as a result, universities will have to think of other ways how to monetize on their assets, on their research, on their on their network that they've built over the years. On top of just charging for the skills. And I wouldn't be surprised if the degree will become free of charge, and in order to get access to alumni networks, or to get access to specific mentors as part of your experience on campus, you'd have to pay extra for that. And there has been also another study conducted speaking about the exploring the the current trends and the prospects of the MOOCs. So these are the massive open online courses. So right now there has been a heated discussion about the distant learning, and MOOCs also received quite quite renewed attention, so to speak. But then again, we shouldn't be excited as much about online learning or distant learning, because only 3% of users complete a course on their own. So when it's voluntary, then the chances are very slim that a person would actually accomplish the course. So that's why still online courses will not completely get rid of universities, and universities will still be able to provide this guidance to currently enrolled students. So, but still, I'll just wrap up this second point, that the shift will move from paid degrees to offering more extras that enrolled students would have to pay for. Now, the third aspect. So, since a lot of students struggle with the real-time distant learning, education will have to become more engaging. So, and by more engaging, I mean that it will have to be more interactive. It will have to be more listening rather than projecting what they have to say like in one way. They'll have to interact constantly with students. They'll have to see what they like and what they don't like, and then adjust accordingly. And now there has been a great study conducted by Top Hat, a Toronto-based Toronto-based company that has recently conducted a study on the perception of online studying among students, and the overwhelming majority, so probably the like absolute majority of people surveyed, they said like they don't enjoy the online study, they don't see the value in it, and they do lack the social interaction of it. And the social interaction, the networking part, it was the main reason why they picked that degree in the first place. So, and as a result, the universities, the colleges, the educational institutions will have to adapt to it accordingly. Now, the fourth point, I know I'll have to speed up a bit. So the fourth point is that universities, in order to thrive in an environment like this, they'll have to explore new horizons. So what do I mean by that? So those universities that that focused on specific geographical area or specific industry, they might consider and target new segments in order to expand their reach and target more people. Because once they do that, they'll be able to tap on this massive trend that's coming. So even though, yes, there are a bit of hiccups in terms of the way how the interaction is happening between the teachers and students, still it's inevitable that the number of students is going to be increasing. And just as you can see on the chart conducted by the global projection, you can see that in the next 5 years there's going to be an increase by more than 120 million new students alone. So, but if we'll project this trend further in the next 10 to 15 years, that this number is going to almost double. So still there is a massive opportunity for universities to tap into this and to address new markets in order to make sure that those students will eventually join them. And the fifth point, the last one. So I briefly mentioned the aspects that we get constantly bombarded by information from all mediums. But now, since all our attention is focused on our devices like laptops, tablets, phones, then the digital marketing is going to become far more aggressive, and for universities, in order to stand out, they'll have to be more creative, and they'll have to communicate their value. If in case they can't do it persistently, they'll have to do it loudly. And I'll just throw a couple of stats here that universities today, they're spending millions of dollars, euros, pounds, depending on where they're based, in order to boost their visibility as a brand. And primarily, like more than 50% of those budgets, they go into digital ad spend. So that just shows that the virtual means are going to become not just the way how we interact with educational institutions, but also is going to be the way how we're going to learn about them in the first place. And the university is going to do their best to make sure that we'll see and hear them. So I know, so we're out of time. So this is the brief summary. And again, if you represent a university or you represent an organization that wants to work with students or want to recruit new students for your program, so hit us up a message on alphagamma.eu, and yeah, let's let's take it from there. For now, thanks again for the opportunity. Mohammed, back to you.
Thank you very much for a very interesting and very insight topic. Education is always a very interesting topic and very close to everybody's heart. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. So I will just take one question from our colleague Satya. He is asking you, what's your current collaboration agreement with the international universities, specifically in the United States, for them to be your partner? If you can, Arthur, just answer it in 10-15 seconds, I'll appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so we help them with either bringing students to their programs, or we help them with bringing attendees to their conferences or innovation/startup initiatives.
Thank you very much, Arthur. Thank you. And I know it's getting late in Netherlands now, so have a good night. And we move to our next speaker from Serbia, Anita from Serbia. She is from Artificial Intelligence Serbia, and we look forward to hear from you, Anita. Anita?
Hello, can you hear me?
Anita, yes, we can hear you very well, yes. Go ahead,
Okay.
please.
Just a second, sorry for this. Hello to everyone.
Hello, Anita. The floor is yours, so go ahead, please.
Okay. First of all, thank you for inviting me. It is really a great pleasure to be here and to discuss the ongoing COVID crisis and how we can change from our homes and what to do regarding opportunities that can arise from it. Just a second to share my screen. I'm sorry for this. Okay. Is it working? Is everything okay?
Yes, everything is okay. Go ahead, please, Anita.
Okay, so to go ahead. Hello from Serbia, and thank you once again for having me. I'm the founder of AI Serbia, and I'm going to speak about the subject that is on the screen currently. Shortly about me, I have a background in business consultants as well as electrical engineering, and my passion is building community and connecting people and creating opportunities globally. So this is the subject I want to cover at the moment, and thanks for all the previous speakers that were more technical and focused on AI and how to accelerate the impact on current situation. So a briefly overview. I will talk about what changed regarding the COVID situation, as well as how the leadership models currently are affecting the situation in the COVID in the COVID impacted world, and also what is the convener leadership type creation, and briefly about self-education and opportunities that we can create for ourselves. So what changed? We are all aware that what happened in the previous 90 or more days, depending on the country that you are in living currently. So regarding changes, what we had was the huge impact on our lives regarding rights, like our values, priorities, and outcomes for our plans in the future, as well as changing our mindset. So circumstances that changed were economic and globally, and also it kind of brings us the unpredictable future we're talking about on this conference at the moment, and trying to figure out how to create impact and how to help regarding the situation, considering our own lives and our companies and everything that is currently impacted by COVID crisis. So everybody knows that in US there were like 20 million or more jobs that were lost. And what also was impacted were communication. So we became kind of more human-centric, and most of us were, let's say, more open to write something which was compassionate in our emails and regarding our greetings and communications. We were all in our homes and just kind of reset our values to care more than we did before, because everyone experienced it through the tough times on their own skin. So we went from kind of not only from offices to the remote work, we went from more sales and the world that was centered only about the revenue and the creating the products, to more of the world that is that runs around people and our families and our health. So what does leadership has to do with it? In these tough times, we need more leaders that are capable of creating more opportunities, not only for their own companies, but as well for the whole community, and creating bigger impact. So back on the old ways of architects to the leadership regarding Harvard Business Review, maybe most of you know about them, but I will just shortly show the slide to have a brief overview of the leadership archetypes that exist. Regarding the convener, he's kind of combination of communicator and innovator in this particular model. So what was the problem? The problem was that powerless leadership in this global pandemic caused many problems, and many, let's say, many people lost their jobs because their leaders didn't plan well the potential crisis or potential setbacks. Like, of course, this crisis on this scale, nobody could plan it, but what is the solution at the moment? So let's focus on the solution and what we can do about it. It's the leadership archetype, which is the most convenient in this time of the human history. So who is the convener? The convener is focused on bringing people together, and he is the person that knows how to use the resources in the best possible way. Why is this important in this moment? It's because every company is trying to cut their budgets and also to innovate more, and also to let's say build new business models that bring more revenue and more sustainability in these unpredictable times. So let's show the faces of some of the convener people. So these are the people that helped build the medical equipment in Serbia with 3D printers. Because there was a lack of medical supplies, and also to protect medical workers with visas. And why they are a convener? Because one of the person just was very assertive and just found all the resources. The people that holds the 3D company, also all the other supplies that were needed. So the convener of the current time is the person that has an initiative and has ability to see on a larger scale what is the impact for the whole society and how he can generate the best results. So regarding the creation, how to create an impact as a convener. There is many, let's say, companies, big like IBM or other companies. Sorry if I'm mentioning the names, but I won't mention the particular companies. But many big 500 Forbes leading companies are changing to the collaborative model. And what you're seeing now is one, let's say, a company started by a convener. His name is Rudradev Mitra, and what he's doing, he is creating impact on a global scale with the less amount of resources he can find, and including all the people globally that lost their jobs during the epidemic, or they couldn't find any project to work on regarding AI. But they had the skills to do it. For example, some researchers on the faculty, they were working on their own projects, but they didn't have any experiences in industry or some larger scale projects. So they used AI to analyze domestic violence and online harassment, as well as one of the projects was focused in India to protect women from sexual abuse, as well as create safe zones for them, or mark red zones where they should not go. What this creates is that in the collaborative model of 40 or more engineers all around the world, they create impact with leading NGOs on a global scales that are human-centric, and also generates skill for the people that are included in the project. I think this is one of the great examples. There are many more in the world, and this is what our big companies are realizing, that we can do much more together than only with let's say, your own effort and your own resources, especially in these times where there is lack of opportunities and lack of opportunity in terms of jobs and in terms of maybe funding. But there are a lot of opportunities regarding creating impact and maybe going out of the safe zone more into the let's say, creating your own realizing your own ideas, because unfortunately, as I said, many people lost their jobs, and they don't have nothing to lose at the moment. So what they can do is, I will briefly go to the previous slide, is just find the people that have similar skills as theirs or different, and create projects or companies that they can create revenue or global impact. So you can become the convener and just see the opportunity that arises and connect the people that can, let's say, create a project that will generate revenue for you if you're unemployed, or just bring you more experience regarding self-education. So regarding self-education, there are a lot of, as Arthur mentioned, the let's say the ways that education changed, but my recommendation would be to research for this kind of project and just join, because there are a lot of online educational platforms, but they don't provide you a collaboration with other people. It is more of just being a student and doing the project, but not so much in a collaborative way. So this is, I think, finding this kind of projects. I can send you some links if you email me, can be the great way to improve your skills. And one of the most important thing is to just prioritize what do you want to accomplish in the next 3 years, and based on that improve your skills. On the focus on the upcoming period will definitely be not only technical skills, but as well as improving your audio editing, video editing, and just personal branding, marketing, just to change your position of maybe unemployment or lack of marketing budget in your company. So improving skills of your workers in a way of creating collaborative projects with other companies or NGO organizations of this, or the projects that are impacting the human lives, will be one of the way to innovate. So regarding opportunities,
how longer do you think you will need for the presentation? Because I think
one more minute. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So regarding opportunities, I'm working remotely for the last 2 years, and in the last 3 months, definitely, I found a way to collaborate with Austria, with a lot of companies from other countries, and a lot of opportunities opened. So one of the ways that are best for it is definitely LinkedIn, and just reaching out to target people. So you need to just define the target person you want to contact, not only to ask, I'm not recommending to ask for a job or something like that. I'm talking about collaboration on business-to-business level. So reaching out and just being open to people and trusting is the way, because doing sales and pitch in the first line is the old way, and now it's the time to just be open about the resources that we have and the collaboration points that we can create. One of the projects that we had was with AI Austria. We created the online project with their unemployment agency, and it was one of the best visited projects to collaborate in the whole Europe. So and it arose just from reaching out. So there are many other ways. I'm sorry for keeping the longer period of time. If you have any questions, I will be glad to answer it on my email or by phone. Or so that's it. Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Anita, for a very interesting topic and presentation. I'm sorry because we are running short of time, so I'll not be able to ask questions or take any questions. But as you mentioned, anybody who has a question can reach you directly by email or through any of the social media channels.
Okay,
Thank
thanks,
you very
I
much,
appreciate it.
Anita. Thank you, and thank you for joining us tonight. We move to our next speaker. Our next speaker from Kazakhstan, Doreen. Doreen, are you there?
I'm there. I'm here.
Yeah, good.
How are you doing
Doreen, today? Thank you very much for joining us. And since we kept you waiting, so please go ahead.
Yeah, do you see me?
I see blank screen.
Okay, let me.
Yeah, now I can see you. Yes. Yes, go ahead,
hello,
please, Doreen.
Yeah, hello, dear participants, dear speakers, and thank you for inviting me. I think you have a great time, great day, and you are doing well overall. So let's start. My presentation is not in my control now. I think some of your guys can slide it. Can you turn on, please, the first page of my presentation? Somebody?
You don't have the presentation with you? You don't have the presentation, so you can just go to share screen?
Okay, unfortunately, I cannot share my screen because some of you guys said that they can turn on the presentation.
Okay, maybe you can go ahead, start, and we will try to put the screen on.
Okay, it will be great, yeah, if you can turn on.
Yeah, so if you can just go ahead because of the time. If you can start maybe explaining your topic by the time they put the presentation on.
Okay, yeah. So my name is Dorian Obakirov, and I'm from Kazakhstan. And my background is just I studied in the United States at Boston University, and worked for Amazon 1.5 years. I tried to be accepted there more than 10 times. Yeah, but was rejected. But then eventually got offer. Probably, probably because they tired from me, so they decided to accept myself and accept me. And my topic is to create new dimension, creating new dimensions. So, and okay, let me turn on presentation on my computer, please. So I just wanted to tell my story. When I came to United States, I started to study. I started to study at Boston University, but also I really wanted to have internship or work. And be honest, I thought that I will try to find internship during the summer, during the spring. But actually, United States, if you want to have your internship, you need to start to do it in September. And I didn't know about that. So the end of December and the beginning of the November, I realized that I missed all deadlines. So I was so devastated, and was I had a stress, you know, because I saw that I missed all deadlines. But nevertheless, I continued to find the work, because work is also always what's going on. So I could find something, and I got probably more than 9 or 10 rejections. To be honest, I don't remember, and I also needed to balance between that. So, but nevertheless, I decided to do something different, and we kind of create or open new dimensions. You know, I didn't read some books, for example, when we were in MIT hackathon policy, or when I decided to apply for Amazon job. You know, it's in a process. I think it's great way. You just decide what you want to do, and then you can find some tools or some approaches. But the main thing, just decide. And how many minutes I have, Mohammed?
Your time is over.
Okay, so yeah, it would be great if you would guys ask some questions, because not all presentations I could cover here.
No, I think this is a great speech, Doreen. And I always say, like the famous say, the best way to predict your future is to create it.
Yeah,
and this is exactly what you have done with your passion. You have been persistent, and talking to us today, or sharing your experience with us today, is a great lesson for me and for everybody. And there is no better lesson that people can learn from than speaking or talking or listening to the person who went through what you went through to make or to achieve your goal in life. So thank you very much, Doreen, for sharing this great lesson with us today. And we are happy to have you and to have people like you in our forum today and in the future. And we wish you the best of luck for your future.
Thank you much, Mohammed. Yeah, you have a great day and stay healthy.
Thank you very much, and we hope to see you again in the current.
Yeah, it's a great job that you. Yeah, it's a great job that you guys do. It's very valuable for people when other people also share their knowledge and can support people in need. You know.
It's our pleasure, and this is a great opportunity and a great platform, and this forum is a great event for people like yourself and other speakers to exchange and to present their knowledge, their expertise, and their vision to the audience. And the audience have the open channels that they can ask and interact with us openly. Thank you very much, and wishing you all the best. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mohammed. Do we have a panel section? Do we have a panel sections with speakers or?
I think you have the group, the chat group, where you can convey any message or anything you want, and that will be taken in consideration in the future.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we will move to the next session, I think. Thank you very much for being with us for the last, or being with me for the last 2 hours. And I will hand over to the next session, please. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's start.
Oh, God. I would love to start. I have been online since 6 a.m. my time, and there was no problem. Okay, guys. So my officially, can I kick off? Is that okay? So, guys, can you hear me? Just say yes or no.
Yes, everything is fine. Let's start.
Okay, start. Okay, cool. Hi, my name is Vince Coley, and I'm here today to talk a little bit about the global VC outlook. So basically, what I'm going to talk about is what is a turbulence and what we can actually consider for startups. So I'm going to use only one slide, and this is a US life cycle of venture capital. So startup ecosystem faces capital crunch over coming months. So I'm going to talk about what we can expect and why it matters. The US startup ecosystem has rapidly entered a new chapter of what it would be a turbulent period, at least for next several quarters. Investment in the startup ecosystem is expected to drop significantly at a time when the country needs it most for the job creation towards the economic recovery from the global pandemic. So what we're going to do is, and the next I'm going to move on what to expect. This is a little bit of sad news, but what to expect is more layoffs. We're going to have, since March 11th, we have actually 300 US startups have laid off 30,000 employees. I'm going to repeat, since March 11th, about 300 US startups have laid off 30,000 employees. And one of the what venture capital fund predicts 80% of the startups will cut 10 to 50% employees over the next 2 to 4 quarters. So this is what we're going to expect. And moving forward, again, this is outlook only for the US venture capital. 120 billion in the US venture capital is a dry powder and has limitations and won't meet the startup demand, which basically means VC investors must factor reserves for investing in existing companies versus new companies. So they're going to keep investing on the existing companies. So if you were lucky before March 11th, you are protected. And the investment over a long term, because everybody's prioritizing over equity investments, since that's the core strategy of the venture capital. And this is how the limited partners, which actually do the fiduciary duty, which have the limitations they have. Third point is going to be pullback from other non-traditional sources of capital. For example, there have been increasingly important source of capital for the startup ecosystem, but many non-traditional investors are likely to follow economic trends in recession of moving capital from high risk to a low risk. And the next point, which I'm going to make, is that new capital for the VC investors will also slow down, which basically means limited partners are rebalancing portfolios and will reduce exposure to VC now that they were overweight in the private markets after the public market turbulence. This means the limited partners are taking cautious approach to new commitments to the VC funds. Entering VC fund managers are likely to feel capital crunch more than established VC firms. So if you really want to raise money, go to very established VC firms. Next point, start over the exit activity to delay liquidity in the VC life cycle, which basically means IPOs are tied to public markets, which they have record drops. So strategy acquires are assessing the impact of COVID-19 and planning their rebound, which will affect merger and acquisition activity. VC investors will have to stretch their dry powder further to support companies. So more and more research says that if you have raised money, you are protected. Now the last section, again, I only have one slide. And so why it matters? The reason it matters is because new barriers to accessing capital for historically groups and emerging systems. Basically, VC investors will have to prioritize their existing portfolio companies amid shelter in place. And the restrictness affecting the travel in-person meetings, meaning underrepresented groups and geographics will face new barriers to access capital as investors will fall on to existing relationships in different geographic proximities. So I would encourage you that if you had relationships in past, or if you try to reach through a VC, go to them in a polite fashion, go and share their activities. And I think that is where, because in-person meetings are no longer happening, so you might actually leverage your past relationships. And the last point I'm going to make is the US share a global VC investment at a risk to new lows, which basically means the US share of global VC dollars invested has steadily declined since 90% in the 90s to 52% this year. This period with the biggest drop from 2007 to 2010, when the US lost 13 percentage points. However, US ecosystem works to keep startups afloat, maintain jobs, fund new technologies will factor into whether US maintain or gains its ground on the global VC level, or if other countries will rebound faster to continue to close the gap. So you guys got to close the gap, and you guys have to think of this bootstrap mindset and show the VC with limited funds what you can do. So with that, I feel, let me check the time quickly to see. Yes, I think I'm perfectly a 15-minute time. And now I would love to introduce the first startup. And I think the first startup has a little bit dropped, so we will go into Pawan. So Pawan loves, I'm going to say Pawan from BetterHalf.ai is going to present. Guys, just quick rules for the presentation. I'll be monitoring time for 5 minutes for your presentation. We might give you a 30-second warning. I don't feel like to interrupt, but if I feel that it's not going to happen, I might interrupt you at 4 minutes and 30 seconds, which basically means you have 30 seconds. So maybe I will just say hello, And that's all. I don't want to keep saying there are 30 seconds remaining. I don't want to keep your flow interrupted. So if you hear a word, hello, which primarily means you have 30 seconds. And at 5 minutes, we're going to give you a drop. We will request you to please, not to continue your presentation. And you have 5 minutes of Q&A, which I'm also a startup judge at MIT, so I might actually also ask questions if there are no questions coming along. So with that, let's welcome the gentleman Pawan from BetterHalf.ai.
Thank you, Vince. Thank you for inviting me and thanks for pitching. So should I start?
Absolutely. It's all floor is yours. So we're gonna monitor your time right after you speak.
Okay, guys, I'm an MIT alumni. 2015, I started it with another classmate. So I went to business school, and Rahul, my co-founder, went to engineering school. We have built the world's fastest and most accurate technology in place to match people in one click. In fact, we hold a US patent application today. I want to show you a demo and the future potential in some of the industry records that we have broken. Its first use case is it works for 10 million Indian peoples, but it has potential many applications. So I am going to share my screen first, and let's start with demo. So this is an interesting technology that works with one click, works with any social media login. It works with even phone number verification code. And no Indian henceforth has to ever tell who is Rajput or Marathi or what's your age or height or partner preference or behavior. Everything is predicted. It's right now live across many countries. So look into this. It's happening all in the background for a real user. And this is for matching people for the purpose of deeper relationships and marriage. Everything is predicted here. The system was built in Q4 of last year. We have tested it with 200,000 users. In fact, one of the US patent attorneys that worked with Google in filing their patents has helped us file this. This is the world's first time where we did not ask users who you are, not even a single form, and did not even ask what they're looking in their partner. And we predicted it's about 81% accurate. All these information, all the way from religion to mother tongue, language, location, height, salary, location, your behavior, everything is predicted here. And over time, it becomes better and better. It just takes one click. In fact, Amazon invented one-click ordering. So two MIT grads with our 15 people team has invented one-click matching. I want to share you a business advantage of this. We tested it with 1,500 users, and this is a data from app installed to somebody who has seen their matching profiles. This is at 85% conversion. The world's highest conversion that we have seen at Tinder or in Indian product Shaadi.com and Bharat Matrimony is 40%. That means it brings 2 times more users. In fact, our competitors can get 4 million Bharat Matrimony. We can get 8 million users. That is fundamentally very important for a matrimonial product like us. Let me show you, the further parts of here. This is the problem in India. 20 minutes of onboarding, broken search results, poor quality photos, bad UI, and then finally you don't get connected. And if you get connected, it's the parents and relatives. It's extremely broken experience for urban Indians. We have changed the game here. High quality photos, one click to register, 2 times more profiles to see. In fact, we have invented further tech to change a low quality photo into a high quality photo. So we show that, and then we have brought the best from the matrimonial world on the information that's needed to get married, from verification to behavior to parents to horoscope. And in fact, last year we proved with data that in our product, males once connected get 80% of them gets a response from females. It's the world's highest compared to just 10%. This is hundreds of marriages that we have done last year. We have served 200,000 users, 8,000 dates, 100 marriages, and we're just expanding. We are beating our competitors in every possible way today, all the way from not just matching here in one click, but less profiles, higher targeting, higher time, to get the connections, and finally, almost 50% time on their marriage time. We have further tech. In fact, Our invention is ready, but the next invention is a match guarantee program globally. And we will confirm to anybody how many matches they want to get. And that's something we are inventing. And we want to send you a request and it's going to get accepted by people on their behalf. I want to show you something very, very important here is this. This data shows that we are a 70K MAU product, which means at 100K MAU, which will happen in 3 to 4 months, we will become top 10% of biggest matrimony players in India. So we are just 3 months away from that. In fact, this is our retention. Our day one retention is about 60%, but the biggest news of this product is our day 14 retention, which is about 45 to 50%. The highest in the world is 30%. So we have broken that record, and it's going to be a huge news in press in going forward. In fact, our request sent in our product has gone 6 times, and in fact, it's growing exponentially now in the last 1 week. Now let's talk about marketing. We are fundamentally a tech and product company with AI and tech as the main, pretty much the firepower. But marketing and revenues are very, very important here. This is our posts on LinkedIn. We are adding 50 to 100 followers on Instagram every day today. Some of our posts have gotten to 7,000, 5,000, 2,000 likes compared to what we did like only 30, 40 likes. And if you look into our competitor here in India, Shaadi.com has 31K followers only. With this speed, we will beat them in 12 months of time. This is our blog. So we are writing number of blogs. In fact, we are adding 10,000 visitors every week. We have signed up with India's biggest marketer, and they are one of the proven records, which whatever they spend in ads, they bring 4 times more money. And they have chosen us. They only take 1 company per month. And they are scaling our ad campaigns on Facebook, Instagram, Google, USC. Finally, this is our 2 competitors. And I want to show you the data of the competition. This is Shaadi.com, one of the top players in India, gets about 7 to 8 million traffic.
Hello.
And then Jeevan Sathi gets about 4 to 5 million. Cumulatively, there is 10 million traffic that's flowing, and we are going after SEO right now. So we think that our graph is going to look like this, and we will pretty much grow. In the next 1 year, we want to grow from 200K to 1 million users. We want to make a 1 million ARR business.
Thank you, Pawan. Thank you. Thank you. All right, guys. This was an awesome presentation. I really loved your energy. So let's look at some questions. And if nobody has questions, then I have like questions forever. So first feedback, I would say until we get questions from people, I would say very well presented. I'm very impressed the way you have really honed on to the investor presentation. Absolutely, congratulations for that. So I would be waiting for people's question, but I would love to ask you, the projection you showed the followers of 34,000K and yours. So at what time frame do you think you can achieve or beat that number?
In about 12 months.
Okay, and how do you, what's the formula? How can you say that? Can you support with some?
Yes. When we were sharing our stories, we found it's the authentic stories that actually really resonates with our users compared to pretty much very generic stories or big celebrities or brand ambassador campaigns. We take our users and success stories at the main authentic campaigns. For example, this is the actual story, 155 likes. This is another actual story, about 100 likes. This is another actual story.
Is it there?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just showing it right.
I don't see your.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, I believe the screen is visible. This is the authentic story I'm talking about 800 likes. Then about 100 likes. Our campaigns and also quotes are working really, really well. More than that, we are partnering with Instagram influencers today. In fact, just 2 days back, we brought somebody to partner with Instagram influencers. Our first campaign with those partnerships will go with 50,000 followers. If we keep doing it, I think 12 months of the time is where we'll beat the industry's biggest player. On one channel. In fact, the next channel is Pinterest, Quora, TikTok, and YouTube, which our competitors has missed. In fact, we have written 60 answers, and just in the last 4 weeks, we have crossed 50,000 views. We'll continue to experiment with this to grow our organic campaigns. In fact, for PR, we have India's best PR person who has worked with NDTV and Times of India. And this person definitely has brought last year, we got us national press, we were on BBC and Bloomberg. This time we will be in New York Times. The PR campaigns begin in the month of August for us.
Very good. Can you talk a little bit on your business model, please?
Yes.
Deeper.
It is a subscription-based business model. It works in a very simple way. So it's practically a free product for females, and they have a lot of shareability features. But for males, there's a premium price. You want to have unlimited profiles, unlimited connections, but you can only talk to 3 people. From 4th person, you have to pay. We have 3 tiered plans: 1 month, 6 months, and lifetime for your basic features unlock, where you can talk to unlimited people, and we have value-added services on top of it. For example, Super Boost feature. Then we have biodata reviews, concierge services, and many more. We think per user, per paid user, we can do $100. In fact, $70 to $80 has been proven in the industry. So I think that's where we are heading to.
Okay, so what is your dropout rate? Like, you're scaling up, right? So this do you have a graph? This 5 million users, if you go back to day 1, when you had like maybe the first user, okay, this one, very nice.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, got you. And what is your GTM strategy at this point? I know you're a partner, but what is your lean way of working?
We are very lean. In fact, out of the 15 people team, 13 people are engineers or product managers or designers. It's only 2 people who are marketers. So we try to run very lean. Our strategy is very simple. 50% traffic has to come through organic. 50% has to come through non-organic. Non-organic gives us about 4 times returns. Organic gives us about 8 to 10 times returns. Non-organic is fast.
Got you. What do people search usually, and you pop up or somewhere? What is your data approach? What is a keyword search you actually are getting more traction?
Yes. So in the industry, it's generally branded keywords. 80% of the keywords that's been searched, actually it's branded. 20% is matrimony related. So that's where we are attempting after our SEO. So for example, for Shy.com, out of 8 million traffic, practically 6 million traffic is going to be related to Shadi.com, but 1.5 to 2 million is going to be related to Tamil matrimony, Telugu matrimony, Bengali matrimony. And that's where we are writing blogs now and our content related to it to grow that number. In fact, one of the India's best SEO partners, Ranks.io, they will be actually helping us. So we're about to close pretty much a campaign.
I'm just checking if you have more questions. If not, then I'm going to ask you last question is, what is your ask?
We are raising 500K to get us to series A round. We are exactly in 12 months. We will be, so first of all, by December, we'll be profitable. In Q1 of next year, by December, we'll break even. Q1 of next year, we'll become profitable. We are raising 500K so that we can raise series A round from the likes of Secure Capital and Tinder's main group. And we are in already discussions with them. So we have a commitment of 200K. We are looking to fill remaining 300K from the external investors.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you once again. I think it was well deserved. Thank you, Pawan. We'll wrap up. We are actually a minute over. So you got good timing today. So thank you again, and we'll move on. Yeah, thank you. We will invite Paul. This gentleman.
Yes, hi.
So where is Paul? Okay,
hi,
Paul.
I'm here. Hello.
Hello. So Paul, just some rules. I don't know if you heard it, but you have exactly 5 minutes from the time you start speaking. And at 4 minutes and 30 seconds, I will say hello, because I don't like to interrupt by saying you have 30 seconds remaining. It's awful to interrupt a founder to get the flow. So if you see some word hello from me, that means you have 30 seconds. Is that okay?
Yes, that's okay.
And then you'll have 5 minutes for Q&A, right? And
can I share my screen?
Absolutely. Sharing screen doesn't count time.
Do you see my presentation?
Yeah, very nice. Your food, I can see it very well. So please go ahead.
So now we would like to speak about robotics and food, one of my 2 passions. We're making robotics for commercial kitchens, which cooks 2 times faster and 3 times cheaper. Actually, we had more than 50 customer interviews with real dark kitchen and restaurants in California and Moscow, and we verified that kitchen is real bottleneck of restaurant industry. First of all, it's a high cost, direct cost, like connected with labor. People cost a lot in locations like San Francisco, Singapore, and many other locations, New York. The way cost of people is high, like $15 per hour. And also another side, when the cost is exists, which is hard to calculate, like people making errors, this decline the reputation of the company, and also it requires daily administration, which is also restrict growth for the kitchen and cause a lot of problems. Also, people guided kitchen is kitchen with a limited productivity, and many companies which work online, which have online orders, they have a problem that they have to hide their offer from the market because the kitchen can't produce the capacity required in rush hours. So we have designed a simple robotic solution which consists of storage of ingredients. On the left side you can see it, which is cooking soups, pastas, hot bowls, salads, a huge variety of dishes with unlimited possibilities for combinations. All ingredients are stored in containers, and when the new order is made, robot starts cooking by taking target container and transferring it to target cooking module. In this way, we can reach productivity of 250 dishes per hour, which is equal to 13 traditional cooks working together. And at the same time, it's a really compact size and gives opportunity to scale your food business without any problems. Just put new robot, make a supply chain of containers, and get stable quality of your food. So there are different types of containers we use, and the customer can easily adjust his menu. And of course, our robot has some limitations, but it covers 80% of fast casual market, which is incredibly rapidly growing nowadays in our target markets. So we make robot which cuts the way the production cost becomes about $1. And also in rush hour, it decreases maximum productivity and gives dishes faster than a human can give. We work a business model, robotic as a service. Customer doesn't pay for nothing except $1.5 per one dish prepared by the robot. So we are targeting a huge market of restaurant industry, but the first interesting market entry is dark kitchen. It's a rapidly growing segment, like delivery only kitchens, and it gives us opportunity to simplify robot and make faster running on this market. And why now we're doing this? Because robotics has become cheaper than it was before due to several reasons, which are not meaningful now. So also fast casual market is growing incredibly fast, as well as dark kitchen market, which we see that growth has increased due to coronavirus. People started to order food online even more than they were doing it before.
Hello.
Yes, okay. So at the future, we see possibilities to put our robot not only in dark kitchen, but in vending machines. And also we identified the possibility to put our robot in the van to make a mobile food factory, which is useful during rush hours to increase production facilities of dark kitchen chain. We are already we have already launched several pilots. We had 5 agreements to make pilots in California, but due to virus, we couldn't make it. I will spend the last seconds to show current update. This is the prototype we made. You see how it cooks. And
Paul, thank you. You're 30 seconds over.
Yes, I will left the video and ready to answer questions.
Very good, very good. That's a very good. So let's check. You can put the video. That's a good strategy of you utilizing the next 5 minutes.
Thank you.
I personally feel. So yeah, I understand that you can do in California, but what is your? I think this is a contactless stuff, right? Actually, there is a coffee making machine from Babson College in 2016. If you come to San Francisco, actually a robo makes a coffee. So what inspired you to go ahead?
You mean Coffee X startup?
Yeah. So the question is that what inspired you to do this? It's a very good solution. There is no contact. I personally feel people should be able to get it. And it's very cost effective.
Yeah. Thank you
so
for.
When did you come up with this idea, and like how long you've been working on this?
Well, actually, I'm 27 years old, and it's more than 10 years that I'm living out of family, and I used to cook a lot. So one of my passion is making food, and this way I know plenty of restaurants owners in Moscow, and I love to think not only about front of the work, but about the back of the work. Because I'm an engineer and an automations and systematic engineer, I'm always try to understand how the process are made. And I was talking with them a lot, and as a robotic engineer, I had plenty of solutions of, wow, it could be done this way. They say, yeah, that might be perfect. It's just incredible if you can do it. And it motivated me a lot. I had 6 years of background in engineering and in industrial robotic solutions, including 2 years in Unilever supply chain. And it's just a mixture of my two passions, robotics and food, and a little bit supply chain, because we made an inventory management software, which also is one of the pains of restaurant industry.
Okay, so let's talk about a little bit more on the patent. Talk to everybody. What are you? Do you have a patent on this?
Yes,
how are you
sure. We have sent an application for patent in the United States. It's provisional patent. Yes, we do.
Okay. So what are you looking for to what is your strategy for? Is it self-funded? I quite didn't get it. Like, do you have a slide on the investment?
Yes, we have raised 120K in October, and that's why we made the machine and tested it. Now we are raising 400K to make a pilot, to find a product market fit, and to start raising a huge money. You know that the hardware requires bigger amount, but we are moving really lean way, because our laboratory is placed in Moscow. People here are very cheap and very smart, and we know how to do things, how make complicated robotic things easier, faster, and cheaper. So our R&D is in Moscow, our sales are in California, and one of our mentors, Alexei, at the right and bottom corner, is a co-founder of Mighty Buildings. They're building 3D printers for houses. It's a hardware company with a huge R&D center in Moscow, and we moving the same model.
Although I think maybe people are smart there in Russia, but I think you are super smart because you did this. Now, give me an idea, like how long does it take to make this ball, which is on the screen? So when somebody comes, swipes the card, how long he has to wait until this whole thing is ready and he can get out? It takes 30 seconds.
It requires 1 minute to prepare a cold bowl, and it requires 2 minutes to prepare pasta. It's a hot bowl. Like from let me say 4 minutes of waiting is maximum for hot bowl. Well, in the video you can see creamy salmon pasta. The video takes 2 minutes, and at the end pasta with creamy salmon is ready. This is also one of our prototypes. It's just proof of concept to test some technology issues. So 2 minutes requires of waiting. Due to conveyor-based technology, this is possible because there is no bottleneck in the robot. There are 4 modules here of cooking. There are 4 cooking modules here. This amount can be they can be more, up to 10 modules, you know, and they are cooking in parallel. That's why waiting time is super low.
Cool. Last question. Do you have a cost slide, what it takes to build this? Do you have a slide on that? Your margins, your cost?
So regarding to economics, it's not, it's like, just a moment.
It's okay, you can talk. If you don't have a slide.
Well, I think I have removed the slide here. Well, it costs us, the cost is included in this amount of money of we take. And if we take $1.5 per dish.
On LinkedIn, and I'll give you more feedback.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you, Paul.
Bye.
Bye. So next we have Christian. This gentleman is from Hong Kong. Hong Kong is pretty hot place these days. Everybody's talking about Hong Kong on the news channels. So is gentleman ready? Say hello at least. Hello. I can't hear you. Hello. I think you're speaking, but I can't hear you. I had the same problem too.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Christian Secci, and I'm Italian, but I live in Hong Kong. I heard your question about Hong Kong. It's not easy time, but we go out stronger.
It doesn't matter. We're going to live on moon after 5 years, so it's okay.
Yeah.
So maybe we all... Okay, so here are the little rules. I think you might have heard, but I will just give you very quickly. So you have exactly 5 minutes from the time you start speaking, which does not include the time of screen share, etc., etc. So when you start speaking, that's where the time is going to get measured. And at 4 minutes and 30 seconds, which is 30 seconds before your 5 minutes, I will interrupt you by saying hello, which basically doesn't mean anything other than a little soft warning that you have 30 seconds to finish. And the reason I do is because I don't want to keep saying, hey, 30 seconds is remaining, because that is not good when you are in a flow, right? And after that, we'll have 5 minutes of Q&A. And if we have not many questions, then I might be able to give you a minute feedback, which you can take away as a gift from this forum so you can improve on for the next pitch, right? Are you okay?
Perfect.
Okay, so we will start when you will start.
Perfect. Hello, everyone. My name is Christian Secci, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Packpobox. Our software and hardware solution enable couriers to deliver...
Sorry. Are you showing a presentation?
Yes.
Because there's no okay, so I don't have a presentation from you.
Okay.
So we're going to reset the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, just do a full screen. Yeah, got it. Okay, thank you. We'll start now. Yeah, perfect.
Hello, everyone. My name is Christian Secci, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Packpobox. Our software and hardware solutions enable couriers to deliver more packages using fewer trucks and empower online merchants to ship more, spending less. From the moment I started speaking, more than 50,000 parcels have been shipped globally. The exponential growth of e-commerce is pushing the courier industry to the limit. Sending packages directly to home is inefficient and expensive. Alfred is our solution, a platform that connects online merchants, logistic company, automated smart lockers, and retail stores to make deliveries more efficient and more convenient. How it works? Online merchants and couriers connect to our platform. Customers shop online and then select the preferred locker at checkout. If they, after receiving an SMS, they can collect the parcel from the lockers 24/7 and in total privacy. If they don't have a locker nearby, they can collect from one of our retail stores. On the left side, you see example of smart lockers installed in residential building and shopping malls. On the right side, you can see example of convenience store, retail store affiliated to our network. So Alfred eliminates failed deliveries and increases efficiency of a single courier from 60 to 600 deliveries a day. Online merchant, they can save up to 50% for each delivery, and all of that improve the customer experience and reduce the CO2 emission and number of trucks on the road. With the traditional logistic, you need 17 vans for 1,000 deliveries to single home. With our solution, you need just 4 vans for 1,000 deliveries. The e-commerce market is going to reach $5 trillion US by 2021, and by 2025, the global parcel shipping volume is going to double to 200 billion. What are our competitive advantages? First of all, our platform is open to multiple delivery companies. Our operating system is worked with different hardware solutions, and we have direct integration at checkout with all the major e-commerce platforms like Shopify, Magento, WooCommerce, and so on. How do we make money? So we have 3 revenue streams. Well, the first one is service platform, where we charge the courier or the merchant for each parcel delivered into our network. The second is software as a service, where we charge a recurring monthly fee for software maintenance service. And third one is sales of hardware solution. When we sell the locker to logistic company or post organization, we charge with a 15 to 40% gross profit margin. In 2019, we were able to book $4.2 million US dollar. And this year, we target, of this 4.2 million, 40% they were recurring revenue. And this year, we are targeting 9.6 million US, and we already closed contract and deal for 5 million US. So we are on track with our projection. Why us? So first of all, we are raising 5 million US because we want to grow our service platform business and our network in Southeast Asia. So we are present already in 7 markets, and our target is to reach 6,800 location by the end of 2020. Why us? As a founders, we have a broad experience in international business, cross-border logistic, and software development. And also our partner in China has a broad experience in outsourcing hardware solution. So far, we have integrated with more than 20 couriers, including DHL, FedEx, and Cainiao. We have signed agreement with more than 60 location partners, and we are serving more than 300 online merchants. We are the #1 solution provider to postal organization in Asia Pacific, and our clients are Singapore Post, Post Malaysia, and Australia Post. Jack Ma recently said, we need to build infrastructure to deliver 1 billion packages a day. We are building this infrastructure because we want to enable deliveries and return everywhere, anytime, and for everyone. Thank you.
Oh, Christian, very good. You finished on time.
Yes.
Did you hear what I said?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, cool. So first of all, I'm just checking if there are any questions. Okay, anyway, I can't see any questions, but so first I would say is that your presentation at this particular point was full of energy. I think you covered a lot of points. You covered the vision, dream, everything very well. But you have, the question is that I have to know, are you bootstrap? Go to some unit economics, talk to something about what do you.
So we already did 3 rounds, and now this is our 4th round. So we already raised 3.5 million US in two we call pre-series A round. Okay, we have already this year our target is to reach 9.6 million US and to be positive EBITDA. And our strategy is that we are raising money because we want to increase our recurring revenue, so our service platform business and our software as a service business. Plus, we are in the revenue model of sales of hardware. We are targeting to do big tender with. We are doing a big tender for 1,000 locker in Singapore. We're doing another big tender for 5,000 locker location in Poland. So for each revenue stream, we have a different strategy. But the money that we are raising, the 5 million, is because we want to really focus to grow our platform of location and merchant integrated at checkout.
Good, very good. Now, how do people get to know you in Asia?
Okay, so you mean in terms of delivery service or in terms of company?
Both. I'm going to say there's a company,
okay.
but company is delivery service, right? Yeah.
Okay, so as a company, as I mentioned before, in terms of sales of hardware, in this moment, we are the #1 solution provider in Asia Pacific. Why I'm saying that? Because we won 17 out of 21 tender with these 7 postal organizations. 6 of them are in Asia Pacific. Our clients are Singapore Post, Post Malaysia, Hong Kong Post, Australia Post. So we have a very strong name into the post organization business to provide hardware and software. And in that service platform, we've launched our brand. It's called Alfred. And what we are doing, we are integrating existing network of lockers that either are powered by us or are powered by our clients. And then we put them into a platform and we connect them to all the merchants. And our name now is very strong in Hong Kong, in Australia, and in Southeast Asia. We've done a joint venture with the local courier. So that's how they get to know us.
Okay, so how many packages are you shipping per day today? Can you go to the slide?
Which one?
How many packages are you shipping today? You remember your, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think I showed a slide of the packages, but
if you don't have, you can talk about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I have. Let me just 1 second. Give me 1 moment. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Please take your time.
Yeah, I have the slide, so I want to show you the growth of our network. Because of course, for this I use our. Okay, so this one is the number of slides that we manage. Sorry, the number of parcel we managed last year in our network in Hong Kong. We managed 500,000 packages in 1 year, but totally all over the network in 2019 we managed 1.3 million packages, and this year we have a target to triple those number of packages to 3.5 million.
That's a good one. So you're not doubling, you're tripling.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, because I told you the focus in this moment is to really, our strategy is get more merchant. So how we get volume? There are 2 ways, two important factors to get volume. One, you need to increase the number of locations in your network. Second, to be a checkout of all the major e-commerce platform. So we are doing all the plugin. Let me pull out this slide. So we're doing all the plugins for the e-commerce platform. So we're growing the location on one side, and then we're growing the integration to be a checkout of the e-commerce platform. We're doing Shopify, WooCommerce, Wix, Squarespace, OpenCart, Magento, PrestaShop, Zencart. This is how we get to increase the volumes.
That sounds very exciting, actually.
Yeah,
We
because
are a little bit minute over, but I would want to give you that, you did a very good one. And all these companies, what you're mentioning, Wix, everything, right? Magento got acquired by a bigger company, I guess. And Shopify and etc. is all, and people would need it after this. So one of the feedback I would say is if you want to reach 1 billion, which is very good ambition, because actually my goal is also to reach 1 billion entrepreneurs. And I've only done 5,000. That's it. So it's not. So my number is way too low than yours. You reached. So the question here is that you show 1 million, then you show something. Okay, this is a delta I will do to get 3 million, right? So you are not doubling but tripling. Then after tripling, you can show 6x, then 9x, and then suddenly it becomes a shoot, right? With a hockey stick growth. So that graph would give some visibility. And the reason it's important, because we want to know as investors that you have done the homework, right? So I think that would be a very good, because you have so much good strength. People know you. You're so much doing 17 tenders out of 21. So you have enough stories to back you up, right? So when you say 1 billion, show that kind of, don't Jack Ma is okay. Jack Ma, I don't know if you know the story. He just got, 15 people in his home, and he showed how he will grow the internet.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if you know, he gave a receptionist some shares, and receptionist asked, "When are we going public?" He said, "Next year." And he kept saying next year. It took 10 years, and I think she made $340 million.
Yeah.
Right. So
sorry,
show that.
Maybe there was a misunderstanding. So I quote Jack Ma saying that the world in few years' time, 5 years' time, will handle 1 billion packages a day. It's not us handling our billion packages. Our goal is to manage 1 million deliveries a day. That is already an ambitious goal, because I can tell you that it's a 1 million parcel a day at $2 each, and you're making already $2 million revenue a day. So it's very ambitious goal. So sorry for the.
So you have to add 1 million.1, and I will give you. It's a humor, so I won't tell you it's a joke. So 1.1 million, because I will be living in Moon. So 1 million on Earth, and one you have to send to Moon too. Okay, with that humor, thank you so much. So I appreciate you. Yeah. So please connect on
organizing, and thank you for the opportunity. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. So the next gentleman we have is Umesh. He is from Authbase, founder and CEO. So we have Umesh, who is the founder and CEO of Authbase. So forum people, please update. So I got a message, skip. So we are going to go to Sean. He's from Expert Flow, Chief Design Officer. So we have Sean from Expert Flow.
Hey there.
Oh, hi. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm awesome. Awesome. So welcome to Forum.Digital.
Thank you.
So
Thank
we
you,
will
everyone.
give you a rules, which actually is very simple rule. You have 5 minutes. You get interrupted at 4 minutes and 30 seconds. And the way you get interrupted is my voice saying hello, which means nothing. You don't have to respond.
Perfect.
But that's indication that you have 30 seconds left. So you can continue, but you will get one interruption. This is soft interruption. Your 5 minutes will start when you start speaking. And after 5 minutes, you have to stop, or I will stop you. And after 5 minutes, you have 5 minutes of Q&A. and you can show everything, anything which you would love to show more than 5 minutes during that time. And if we don't have much questions, I might give you a 1 minute feedback on your presentation. So with that, floor is yours. You can start whenever you like.
Perfect. Just give me a second. Okay, so a few years ago, my colleagues and I, we were working on healthcare automation projects, where we discovered that the leading cause of death in hospitals and the second largest leading cause of death in the world are infections. These are such as pneumonia, UTI, and surgical wounds. So I am Sean, co-founder of ExpertFlow, and the condition I'm telling you about, this claims 11 million lives each year. And what's even more shocking is that half of those are children and pregnant women. But this does not stop here. This trend, it would claim 17 million more lives by 2030. So medical technologies have advanced so much in the past decades, but still immunity drops, immune system backfires, and infection still spreads. This particular condition is called sepsis. And I'm sure you guys are already aware about the COVID-19 situation, right? Well, recent studies have shown COVID-19 infections can result in organ failure, meaning that some people develop kidney failure or shock rather than only respiratory failure, as previously thought. What this means is that COVID-19 eventually leads to sepsis, and our current health infrastructure is way overburdened, as we have witnessed in the US, UK, and most of Europe. So either hire new doctors and train them right, or we could come up with an intelligent solution. But well, worry not, as we at ExpertFlow have come up with a device. Meet Nostro, predicting sepsis before onset using computer vision and artificial intelligence. With a high accuracy of 90.3% and only 2 medical staff required instead of 8. And what's beautiful about Nostro is that it can look 6 hours into the future, meaning doctors will have enough time to treat those patients. Now, this puts Nostro at the forefront of medical technology, making it the future of healthcare. Now, Nostro works by acquiring high impact vitals and feeds it to its robust algorithm, which then predicts it in real time. Whether the patient has sepsis or not, Nostro is there to tell you that. Now, Nostro's dashboard is a representation of data, where the red box indicates the severity of a person who's prone to sepsis. But it's not just another dashboard. It offers a complete ICU management solution to track a patient's complete health picture, which is easy to understand for healthcare professionals everywhere. Also, Nostro is highly customizable. It comes in 3 different variants for different applications based all on our deep tech. In addition to that, Nostro provides 24/7 real-time remote monitoring, patient prioritization, and high customization. So what ends up happening here, you might ask? Well, after processing all of these vitals and automating repetitive processes, Nostro can actually save lives. Now, we see Nostro to be a fit for hospitals, insurance companies, and nursing homes. What else can it do? Well, currently, the cost of treating sepsis is a whopping $50 billion each year. And we're offering 30% cost reduction using our deep tech. And this is how we enter the market. We have validated our B2B segment by signing 3 MOUs worth $540,000 with hospitals having capacity of 1,800 beds. And with the same hospitals, we are also in the process of piloting our product. And we have come up with an intelligent wearable biosensor proof of concept that we showed earlier, that we plan to sell to consumers for self-monitoring of high impact vitals. Now, this will be very helpful in profiling future diseases and pandemics like the current one. And we're all set to launch our MVP this June. And we plan to secure 10 more MOUs worth $1.2 million with hospitals in Singapore and Pakistan by the end of this year. And we're also in contact with these hospitals to help them with this pandemic. And these are the partners that have been with us since the inception of this idea. And this is our team, comprised of highly talented individuals, having a combined 30 plus years of experience and 10 plus years of experience in the healthcare industry, as well as specializing in business development, strategic planning, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, software design, and embedded systems is making all of this happen. We are also backed by an advisory board of highly qualified doctors who are
Hello.
assisted through their diverse skill set and decades of experience. In 5 years' time, we're expecting to generate $16.2 million in revenues by selling more than 5,000 Nostro licenses and 13,000 Enware subscriptions. So we are raising $800,000 to scale Nostro version 2.0 by allocating 55% of the funds to product development and R&D, while 30% of it on human capital, as AI and ML resources do not come cheap. So
Thank
let's
you.
and to revolutionize healthcare. Let Nostro save lives. Thank you.
So Sean, thank you so much for sharing. Let's go back to your team, and let's look into a little bit of more deeper.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. How long you guys been working together? How many years?
We've been working on together for around 3 years.
Okay, what is your burn rate?
Sorry?
What is your burn rate?
It's around $25,000 per month.
Okay, that includes?
I think Saif would be better suited to tell you that. Saif, would you?
Hi. Yes, our burn rate includes salaries, the expenses, the R&D expenses, and all the expenses includes for the development of this product.
Got you. And how much have you raised so far? So you started in 2017, is that correct?
Yes, we are starting 2018, not 17.
Okay, fine. Are you full time, everybody?
Yes, we are full time working on this project.
Okay, so let's go to your investment ask.
Oh, yes, please.
Okay, so till now, I'm not sure with this ask, but till now, how have you been supporting this?
Hi, hello.
Until today, how have you supporting this?
Yes, we have till 6 months of runway, and on the meanwhile, we are in a process with the investors to raise a funding to continue this project.
So far, we have been bootstrapping our way.
Yeah, that is the answer. That is the right answer. So it's a bootstrapping of.
Oh, sorry.
That's a simple answer. So how long can you bootstrap? At this particular point, couple of months or 1 year?
Around 6 months more. We have funds for 6 more months.
Okay. Are you guys all working from home there?
Yeah, currently we're working from home because of the lockdown and stuff here back in Pakistan. But yeah, we intend to work when the
So who's
lockdown.
the person who's collaborating and doing strategic initiatives? Who is that person in your team? You have so many, logos. So who is a key person from strategy?
It's our the CEO Rashid Hamid.
Okay, got you.
Yeah.
And so what language do you code on this?
It's mainly on Python.
Okay. Yeah. Got you. Let me check something more.
Yeah, sure.
And my question, while I'm checking if you have questions from outside, my last question would be that do you have any paying customers?
Not currently, because we are piloting our device at the 3 different hospitals back here that we showed you earlier. So
go back to the slide.
Sorry.
Can you go back to the slide of 3 hospitals?
Yeah, sure.
So why are you doing free pilots?
Well, it's because it is sort of a different idea here, and it's mostly not done anywhere based on our research. So we would like to let the doctors try this system on their own, so they have confidence in the system. We can't have a medical professional pay for this system if it doesn't work really. So we're just letting them try and see what works for them and tune it, and then based on their usage, they would have some sort of dependency over the system, because it's going to be according to our the way we're working on it. We're making it such that it's something that the doctors would want to use.
Okay, so if it was to be a paid project, how would you charge?
Saf?
Yes, the cost of the device includes it's $12,000 per annum, and its licensing base includes NVR and the Nostro product itself.
Okay, that sounds a little bit unrealistic. If the cost is 12,000 and you're still bootstrapping, this means cost has to be actual makeup cost has to be very low, right? So
Uh,
because it's okay. So I'm just not clear that why would you ask 12,000 for how many months or weeks?
Sorry, I did not get the answer question. Can you please repeat it?
Okay, I'm actually at the very last few seconds. I'm
Oh,
getting 30 seconds. So it's recorded so you can listen to it. I think personally, you might have to go a little bit deeper on the gentleman Sean, right, who's a presenter. You have to go to the hone on to, why people want to even give you a try, right? Even if it's free. And then hypothetically, you might have to say that if we are successful in these three free pilots, then you might get a break for a bigger pilot.
Yeah.
So you have to show some pipeline, which I feel would add a lot of value to your presentation, and people or investors watching can feel that, okay, there is some potential. So you have to show the potential, right? Potential is not just today, right? Because this has been done, right? Potential is like what you can do in future, right? So I think that would be a key takeaway. You are a great storyteller. I think you're very engaging. Personally, I feel it's very, very important. So those are the, I think, good things about you. But it's just a flow of things which, obviously there's a gap, and you can uplift that gap by, contributing a little bit more. I know 5 minutes are not enough,
Yeah,
but I don't
yeah.
know if you notice, we in Silicon Valley, we only give you 2 minutes. So
Okay.
you literally have double the time, right? So make the time effective. And I think, yeah, we are a little bit above 30 seconds, so a minute from you. So thank you once again, Sean.
Thank you. Likewise.
We take this good positive feedback for next pitch.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Thank you.
And from here, we'll go to China, which is Jackie. So we are looking for Jackie. And the company is Yem Innovation. Okay, so we see Jackie's slide, which is awesome. So Jackie, are you able to hear us? So Jackie, are you able to hear us? We're going to say a word. Forum people, please see if her mic is unmuted. Jackie, can you hear us? Jackie is looking for presentation. So it looks like Jackie, if you don't come, Jackie, can you speak? Hello? Okay, we're going to ask Vishnu from subtl.ai to get ready. Vishnu Ramesh, are you available?
Hey, Vince.
Okay, awesome. So if we don't start in next 5 seconds or 10 seconds, I would like you to please start if you are available.
Sure, I'm ready. Please let me know if I have to start. I can go ahead.
Okay, fine. So I think you should please go ahead and start. Thank you. So once you come your presentation, okay, cool. So I would like to give you very boring rules, which I know founders don't like it.
Not a problem.
Yeah, the basic rule is a 5-minute presentation. I'm going to say, give you a little warning at 4 minutes and 30 seconds, which is basically 30 minutes prior to your 5-minute, right? And the way I'm going to do it is interrupting your speech by saying hello. Do you understand? Okay.
Yes.
So I will not interrupt you. I will not say 30 seconds remaining. So that hello means you have to wrap up in 30 seconds.
Got it.
All right. And when you start speaking is when your time starts. And then you'll have 5 minutes of Q&A, and I would reserve that 5 minutes for showcasing more of your stuff in Q&A sessions. Like a previous guy utilized his time with showing a video, right? Because not everybody will have a question. So that is how you play this whole startup pitch. So with that in mind, you start whenever you feel like.
Okay, hi guys. So this is Vishnu. I'm the founder of Subtle.ai, and this is our pitch. So let me get into the problem statement. Over the next 2 years, the volume of unstructured data is expected to grow by 90%. Now, what is unstructured data? So unstructured data refers to your electronic PDFs, your Word documents, your text documents, and right. So over the next 2 years, it's going to become an information overload, and essentially existing search solutions would not be able to handle this kind of overload. And even though the increase is expected to happen over the next 2 years, there are industries that are already facing these problems. For example, in the pharma space, drug researchers, they have an overload of research reports to deal with, clinical trials to deal with. They also have a lot of contracts that they have to deal with respect to onboarding human subjects for the clinical trials. And of course, similar issues are felt across manufacturing industries, the banking industry, and lawyers. Again, lawyers with contracts. So since I painted the problem statement, this is our product, Subtlebot. So Subtlebot essentially is technology that can understand these documents and deploy expert bots that can assist users with their information needs from these documents. And the way we do that is we have data extraction technology, which helps us extract information out of these PDF documents. We have sentence understanding models that essentially allows our AI to make meaning out of the content that's present in these documents. And there's also a relevance engine that helps us correlate between incoming queries that a user has and the content that is already present within these documents. And of course, created from the research work of LTRC Lab, which is a language technology research center lab at IIIT Hyderabad, one of the top research universities in India. And yes, so the tech is essentially based on more than 10 research papers published at top conference journals by my co-founder, Professor Manish Srivastava, who's a professor again at IIIT. So this is an overview of how the product works. Enterprises come to us with documents. Our technology processes the documents and creates document models. And our AI then leverages the document models to answer queries that users have through a chat interface. And over time, we would also have usage insights, which would help clients understand where people are actually looking for information within their enterprise. So a brief overview on the market. By 2025, the knowledge management space is expected to be worth 1.2 trillion USD. This is based on market reports that have come up. The links are mentioned within the slide itself. Within this is the document management space, which is worth 10 billion USD. And within this is the space where we sit, which is the global cognitive search space, worth 2 billion USD globally. And since our entry was into the India market first, the value of the Indian market is estimated to be 200 million USD. So based on our full product offering, these are the target domains that we had decided to go ahead with based on early stage validation. And essentially, yes, the domains are the finance domain, the legal domain, and the machine manufacturing domain. We currently have 2 clients. One of them is a national bank, and the use case we're working with the bank for is the employee enabler for SOPs, the use case that you see on top. And our second client is a military missile manufacturer in India, who we are working with for the use case of interactive online manuals. So apart from the product offering, since this is technology that can actually understand documents, there's actually a lot of synergy that can be found between our product, our technology, and existing solutions. For example, chatbots. Of course, chatbots have a huge market hold in the world today, and we believe, and we have validated, in fact, that chatbots would be able to benefit a lot through our technology. The way we validate it is there's a chatbot company that has informally closed with us. They're not a client yet, but they're yet to be. So we have to start filing the paperwork. Apart from that, any platform that deals with content sharing online is a platform that can leverage our technology through our bots that can understand this content being shared and essentially assist users with their information needs.
Hello.
So a little bit on the story so far. Yes, so we have 2 clients, one of them being a national bank, one of them being a missile manufacturer. Over the last 4 months, we had started prospecting, and the results of that were we found 6 prospects. So the chatbot company I had mentioned is smartbots.ai, who are soon to close. We're also soon to close GRSE, which is a military shipbuilder in India. And there is also a thread that has been going on with PwC for a while. Right. So this is the team.
Thank you.
Professor.
Thank you so much. So we'll be turning now to Vishnu to Q&A. Meanwhile, I'll start asking you questions while I'm looking if people have questions on the Q&A. So why don't we, my first question, since you already have this team, why don't you talk about a little bit about your team?
Sure, definitely. So I had actually come to IIIT as an intern, and I worked under Professor Manish Srivastava on this technology. So we worked on it together. And so the military missile manufacturer had actually reached out to us saying, we want this product. How much time would it take you to build it? And once we realized that there was early stage value for the product in the market, even before the product was built, we realized that this is something we can capitalize on. So we decided to take it forward as a startup venture. And along with us, we have Abhishek and Aman, who are amazing research minds. Of course, putting the team together, it adds up to about 20 years of research experience, where Manish sir himself has about 15 years of research experience within this relevant space where the tech is built. And right, so Abhishek and Aman are great research engineers that we have on board. Of course, it is a lean startup, so we have guys doing multiple things. So Sharath has also started taking responsibilities from a research angle, but Sharath's core focus is actually product and testing. So Sharath makes sure our product is up to industry standards. Right, and our advisors are Professor Ramesh Loganathan and Professor Prakash Yella from IIIT. We have mentors, Ravi and Shida from Co-Creation, Ravi Prasad from Tempest Law, who helped us identify the value from a legal perspective. And what you see in the bottom left are some of the programs that we're part of.
Right. Let's talk about a little bit roadmap of your product. When it was incepted, where you are today, where you want to become.
Right. So we had started looking at opportunities from Jan to June 2019. We had started from a product perspective. So as you see, the blue line is the product and the green line is the market. So we had parallelly started the MVP development, and we had got our first customer by July to December 19. Sorry, we had actually closed our first 2 customers by the time it was December, where it's the National Bank and the missile manufacturer. As of May 2020, we were supposed to complete initial engagements with these clients with the final deployments, but of course the deployments got pushed back now because of COVID. Because these clients want on-premise deployments, they don't want a cloud offering. Right, so that's where we are right now. We were also planning US market entry. So as part of this program, the Thai SIG program, we were actually supposed to fly to Silicon Valley, and our mentors was as part of the program, we were going to get connects to investors and relevant enterprises in the US. But of course, that has also got pushed back now, and they're trying to do something online. But
right. So the question is, what everybody knows, COVID situation has been 90 days now.
yes.
So what is the plan now? No, Silicon Valley can be utilized over a Zoom right now. So what is the current plan? We want to know what have you thought?
So from looking at COVID specifically, we realized a major issue that enterprises have right now is that everyone has moved to work from home from a situation where they're actually able to interact with each other. So it's becoming a huge problem within enterprises to coordinate and ensure that there's proper synergy between everyone involved when it comes to the content being shared. So we realized that this is something we can capitalize on, where the offering essentially gets positioned for the COVID situation in the sense that we'll help enterprises stay more organized during this time where everything is so disorganized. As far as the plan goes, we would still have our cloud offering, where we would still have our cloud offering. We would also be piggybacking on top of existing solutions. Now, when I say piggybacking, I'm saying existing solutions would be leveraging our technology for the specific aspect of understanding documents and using that information for various use cases based on the product offering. So that's a thread that would still go ahead. Since there's the cloud offering, it's still possible to onboard customers, but of course, COVID has made it relatively difficult.
Okay, so let's talk. Last question would be your fundraising or is bootstrap. Give us some idea on that.
So we have not raised yet, but so we have technically, yeah, we are bootstrapped essentially. And so what had happened initially was what happened initially was our incubator had provided a lot of support for us. Our incubator's CI, it's one of the top deep tech incubators in Hyderabad. So the way they had supported us was we had these clients, we had not got the receivables yet, of course, because we had to have base deliverables before we got receivables. So CI had actually given us monetary support at that early stage so that we can hire and get more developers on board and essentially take these engagements forward with these early stage clients. And now that the receivables have come into the account, we're essentially able to return the favor to CI for the support that they have given us.
Okay. So how's your, how long can you go bootstrap?
Our current runway is about 6 months, and we are looking to raise it. So we have one investor that we're talking to, an investor from the UK, and there is also an option of raising maybe about 10 to 15K through friends and family, but that's an option I've not got to yet. So it's just working out what the best option is at this stage and capitalizing on it.
So who is is responsible for the product design?
So I'll just show the team. So yes, so Sharath was responsible for most of the product design. I myself am a research background, and over this 1 year, I've had to pick up other parts of product, other parts of business. So mentors helped me get some amount of business experience, but Sharath helped me understand different parts of the product.
So when you say Sharath was, so he's not in the team anymore?
No, sorry, Sharath is still part of the team. Sharath is, in fact, yes, so Sharath is part of the team. Sharath.
Okay. All right. Okay, Vishnu, I think we are a little bit over time. So we thank you so much. Feel free to connect on LinkedIn, talk a little bit more, and I will share my contact information towards the end. And let's see if we can connect and contribute more. So thank you again.
Vince. Thank you, Vince. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. So we have the gentleman from Jackie. Jackie is back. So Jackie is back, and let's listen to his voice.
Hello. Hi, Vince. Yes. Can you hear me?
Hi, Jackie. I love your title. Get innovation done.
Just thank you. Thank you so much.
Nike stuff. Okay, so your voice has some echo.
Yeah, I'm glad now it works. I'm sorry for inconvenience caused because the internet connection earlier on.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, no need to be sorry on those things. My video My video doesn't work, so it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
Okay. So yeah,
can
like
you?
I said,
Are you near your computer, or how are you? Your voice has some echo. So
oh,
yeah, it has some like you're sitting in a studio or something.
okay.
We can try to listen, but okay. Here are the rules. The rules are very simple. It's a 5-minute presentation and 5 minutes of Q&A. So
Yes.
after 4 minutes and 30 seconds, I will interrupt your presentation by saying hello.
Okay.
So you don't have to respond to my hello. Or that is an indication that you have 30 seconds left.
I see.
And after 5 minutes, then I would request you to please stop. And if you don't stop, then I will stop. Right?
I see.
And then I'm telling other founders also, make a strategy to use those 5 minutes for showing some videos, show some more content while Q&A session is going on. So you don't have to boil the ocean in those 5 minutes. So with
Great.
that, I would love to start when you are ready, and we will measure your time the moment you start speaking. Okay? So we are ready when you are ready.
Yeah.
Go.
Yes. Should I start?
Please.
Okay. Okay. Thanks for having me, Vince. And this is YAM Innovation. It's a human resource SaaS platform to drive corporate internal innovations. So since the year 2013, every year more than 100 billion US dollars has gone to corporate innovation, and in the future, this number will also go up. But the infrastructure is not there to unlock the biggest resource for any companies. Actually, is their own employees. So how to make the best of their own employees? So many companies use internal innovations. That's to manage employees' ideas to generate more innovation for companies and also for more profits. But there are some 6 problems many companies are facing. The first one is no engagement, because the employees, they don't want to get more involved in the internal innovations. And number 2 is no system. There is no tool for employee to submit ideas or collect the ideas. Even they cannot stimulate employees' ideas, and they cannot keep track of the solutions over time. And the other 3 problems I'm facing is it's very difficult for the companies to get cross-department feedback about the employees' ideas and to test. And the most important is how to execute the ideas. And finally, they don't have the dashboard for the management team to see the ideas across all the organizations. So now comes our solution, so YAM Innovation. So YAM stands for You Empower Me. So it's an empowerment tool for employee innovation management software. So here I will show you a snapshot of our software. So you can see employees can play with our InnoCube to stimulate their ideas, and on our platform we collect employees' ideas. And then we help companies to execute the employees' ideas. And finally, you can see on the right side, here is the dashboard. You can see clearly how many ideas have been submitted through our platform and how many ideas have been carried out, and how much money we have helped the company to save. And so our platform is for 2 goals. One is to drive the business growth, no matter it's cost saving or generate more profits. The second is to boost employee engagement. This is more for human resource perspective. So how it works? So employees can bottom up, they can submit ideas. We also have challenges. That's traditional top down. And also we have the InnoCube tool. It's a game, it's fun. It's like 2C game, even we have 2B platform. And then any of the employee in the organization, they can build a team. They make their idea happen. And finally, they can get profits here. That's a motivation for employees to, to submit more and more innovative ideas. And here comes our business model. It comes from two ways. First one is, innovation is a software tool, so we sell our product. So we charge 500 RMB per employee per year. So it's subscription model. Another one, we provide the innovation consulting service for companies. And the fee is case by case. So this is our revenue stream. And so the year before last year, we got the number 2 world most active.
Hello.
Yes, okay. Early VC company SOSV, and also we go through a China Accelerator. And some examples, we can actually, the innovation can improve process innovation. For this case, we have the company save 400,000 RMB per year. And also about service innovation, like in the hotel industry, and the product innovation, like a slide to unlock. This is a product innovation. And we now work with many industrials here, and we get very good media coverage. We also get some very good awards. Okay, I go very quickly for the last slides. So I'm the CEO and founder of BAM Innovation, graduate from University of California, San Diego. So if you have any,
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, cool. So I feel like you are definitely a good way of. So basically, I want to say that your presentation has to have a little bit of storytelling thing, right? Just like take an example, like XYZ, right? What employees? What's the problem, right?
Yes.
So another feedback I would have is that you ask for, they will get a reward. If you go back to your slide of employee, a few slides back, you said there will be a reward and incentive, right?
Yes,
So
yes.
if you go back, yeah, right, this particular how it works. So maybe you can give some example here, since you didn't get time. Is it working? Is you have paid clients?
Yes, actually, we start to develop this software 2 years ago. Now it's online, and our customer are using our product. Actually, now I can make use of this time to. This is one of the example. This is a manufacturing industrial company, have more than 500 employees in this company. So one of the employee come up with this idea through our platform, and to reduce the piece of each metal board. It's because it's raw material waste, that's a problem. By doing so, they increased 10% productivity in their company, and we calculated this for 1 year. Because of this idea, we saved 400,000 RMB for this company. But here is the thing: before, they don't have tool or platform to collect employees' ideas. Before, maybe just the human resource department, HR person, get an email about the ideas. So now our platform is very transparent. We also have a stimulation tools to help employees come up with more ideas. So this is one of the real case study. And we have.
But if you look at, go back please, but if you look at it, it talks about the results, right?
Yeah.
So no, go back to that case study.
Oh, case study, okay.
Right, so over here, it says there's a results and 10%, but we still don't know the reward. So if you go back to your slide now, two slides back, if you go, you said reward.
Oh,
so
okay.
The story, so you have, that story is not complete. So what is the reward?
Okay, that's a very good question. So basically, we encourage every company, they share 20% of the profits because of the employees' contribution for this company. But we cannot control that. So it's open for the company, for the CEO. It's open for them to give like 10% or 20% of the profits generated because of the employee's idea. So there is no standard. It's very open for the CEO to make the decision.
Okay, very good. So let's see your investors, 2 investors you have. Let's see what have they done so far. What have they done for you so far? I know SOSV and both of them very well.
Yeah, so actually this is the same company. SOSV is the VC company. according to Crunchbase, it's world #2 most active early stage investor. So they invest 120,000 US dollars for us. And also we went through the Chat Accelerator. Chat actually is for internet companies to go abroad. So it's like an incubator. And they help us to, go through our BP, help us how to, improve our service, improve our, business model. And also they introduced tons of multinational companies to us, like Johnson & Johnson, Coca-Cola, and some other company, Unilever. So we have the opportunity to talk with the potential clients and get very good feedback from them. I think yeah.
So Jackie, I feel that there is a great potential for this. So I think we have come to an end of your Q&A session, but you feel free to connect me on LinkedIn since you have these two investors, which I'm aware of, and see how we can help you from Silicon Valley.
Great, it sounds really good. Thanks very much, Vince.
Your LinkedIn works in China?
Yes, I'm based in Shanghai. And I think I already just added you through LinkedIn, so we can chat later when you have time.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now we are moving to the next gentleman. So I can't pronounce his name, but I would say he is Mashinga India, the CEO.
Yes, Vince, that's right. That's Nigel. Mashinga is a company.
Okay, very good. Very good. Nice. So have you heard the rules or you want me to repeat them?
No, I'm good with the rules. That's fine.
Okay, cool. So we'll start when you can start.
Yes, absolutely. Is my screen visible?
Yes, very nice.
Okay, great. So greetings, everybody. Myself, Nigel. I'm one of the co-founders of Mashinga. So Mashinga is a conversational AI startup focusing on speech-to-text platform, specifically for enterprise. We are trying to solve your speech problems. Okay. So, we have speech solutions that are already existing in the market. You have the Googles and the Microsoft and the Amazons, right? But the biggest problem that we see is whenever you take a certain set of conversations, it doesn't work great, right? Especially who have used Siri or Amazon Echo would have definitely seen these problems, especially when you say certain names or certain specific keywords, right? Second problem is the scalability, especially for an enterprise, right? When we're talking about processing 100,000 hours or 200,000 hours, cost is a very big concern with respect to accuracy as well, right? And then the moment you go for an existing cloud provider, which typically costs you around $2 per hour, right? That itself run into millions of dollars, which may not actually make economical sense once you start deploying it, right? And third is how do you extract intelligent information out of speech, right? Just getting a transcript is not enough. You need to optimize it for a specific domain with respect to the use case, and you need to process it later, right? And the fourth is obviously the privacy angle. The moment you use any cloud speech provider, the data privacy is pretty much out of window, no matter what contract you sign, or there could be a compliance risk at your enterprise end, which prevents you from using such a solution, right? So this is where we come in. And we have built our own proprietary speech-to-text engine or platform, which is domain adapted or domain specific, which means we understand the terminologies in each domain, specifically banking, financial, insurance, and even broadcast and telco. So we can identify those terminologies. We support real-time and post-processing. We also have an on-premise deployment option, primarily to take care of the privacy concern, along with cloud if required. And also we generate insight. So basically that is your actionables from those conversations, right? So I already mentioned these are the key differentiators. So we are focusing on BFSI, telco, and domain as our focus domains. We are super scalable. So in fact, we have built algorithms which can do 5 hours of audio speech to text in 25 seconds on graphic cards or GPUs, which cut down your infrastructure cost by almost 1/10. We have a core team which is focused on speech. We come with almost 10-15 years combined experience, including one of the leading guys in speech called Dan, who is one of our mentors as well. And we have enough data set with us, which pretty much helps us in getting that accuracy, which is comparable or even sometimes better than the existing top players in the market. So in terms of scale, we have collected almost 25,000 hours of English data in what we have using which we have trained our engines. these are a couple of the use cases. So primarily, whatever we say, ultimately we need to see at the use cases, right? So enterprise customer support or call center scenarios is one thing we are focusing on. Primarily automating those systems, especially in times of COVID, where human resources are hard to come by. We are looking at automating the solutions where you can resolve one-step things, where you just need to query something from the system. You can use NLP and speech to text to automate that part, which is typically 30 to 40% of any call centers which is running, right? So you don't really need a human in the loop. Second is in quality assurance and extracting information on already recorded calls. So this is one key area where we are focusing on. Coming down to the other domain, which is broadcast and media. So we support in closed captioning of content, either for podcasting or real-time transcription. And the third is in the conversational AI usage in enterprises. So primarily for meeting call transcription or even earning call transcription, we use our engine and then extract or highlight important conversations from that. So these are a few use cases. When you come to specifically inside a call center automation space, we have built solutions on top of call analytics. So that is basically speech to text, plus analytics on top of it, voice assisted ordering, automated resolution, which I already mentioned, the 40% resolution part, and quality assurance and customer support. So this is few key people in our team. So that is me. I'm one of the co-founders. That's Shaheen. He's also co-founder. He heads our AI team, and he's also a CTO head. Dr. Anil, he is a speech expert. He's also a equity partner. He's one of our mentor, and he's also one of the key person from IIIT Hyderabad, which is where we are incubated at as part of the Deep Tech Accelerator program. So Dr. Anil heads a speech processing lab. These are the few technologies that we have built so far. And these are the key mentors. Dan Povey, in fact, if you know in the speech space, Caldi is a platform that is typically there. Dan is the author of Caldi. And yes, the other mentors I already mentioned. This is a key, tech platform, which we can come back later. This is a brief comparison scape of the product landscape that is already available. Market, we are focusing on US, English, India, and yes.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Maybe you can just very quickly finish your paying customers and your funding slide. Take 30 seconds and 30 seconds.
Absolutely. So we have 6 customers, out of which 2 are paying. We have already received around 20,000 USDs. We have a commitment of 120 USDs for this year, mostly from Digital Nirvana, which is a transcription company. They are also into earning call transcription space. They're one of the second or third leading players in the market. We have raised 250K so far. We're looking to raise 800K for Series A round of around 6 to 7 million. We're looking to get ARR of 700 to 900K this year. And post which we are going to do a raise of around at a valuation of 20 million. We have created data set, and this is what we are going to utilize the data, the money for.
So thank you for that. The feedback I would give you is you were very good at describing the problem statement. I think you spent very good time, and I think that was very valuable. In these kind of pitch competitions, your platform, slide may not be very helpful because it needs a lot of words and it needs a lot of explanation, right? So kind of focus on, you have, this was like really, it's a deep dive. It's a conversation with the investor when you get a time to meet. So go ahead, next. Yeah, this is where I think you have to spend more time.
Yes.
Because that's a more valuable information which we would not know it.
Right.
Because architecture is something, has to be scalable. And anyway, you will get some due diligence questions, right?
Absolutely.
When you get, okay, move on to the next one, please. Like over here, so this is a go-to-market. This is very important. Here, you could have spent more time on basically identifying channel partners.
Yes.
Right, because that is the most dramatic, or what do you call, most intense thing. Please move on. Next one. I don't have a slide deck here. This is an awesome slide, actually. You can really lay out your plans, right? And I think this is pretty much very nicely done also. Okay, let's go to the next one. Yeah. So this gives you a roadmap, right? So you can see how you are actually. So look at these 5 slides. Right? If you spend 30 seconds, you spend 2.5 minutes. You give the problem statement for 1 minute, right?
Yes.
And then so that's 3.5 minutes. And then move next, please. Yeah, this is another 30 seconds, so 4 minutes. Next. Here you have another 30 seconds. So 4 minutes and 30 seconds. And then where's the team slide?
Yes.
Right, okay. Usually the team slides are in the beginning or towards the end.
Yes, this was more towards the beginning actually. So right
Oh,
after this case, I
that's
yes.
Guys, these are the feedbacks, and if you like some more intense one-on-one conversation, please find me on LinkedIn.
Absolutely,
And,
absolutely.
And please send a little note that you met at Forum.Digital, so I can quickly accept and we can have a good conversation.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I will give you another 30 seconds if you want to say anything on the platform.
Yes, absolutely. So, sure. So right now we are in the go-to-market phase, and COVID has actually helped us in accelerating the process, because automation is something which people actually want to do right away, either on cost-cutting scenarios or because of lack of people available. So sort of this is acting in our favor so far. So that is why we have been getting requests. US has been one domain we actually wanted to focus, and India is another domain we are focusing. So that's why we are building specifically for India in Indian English and Hindi. So we started off with US English, but this is other two domains we are working on right away.
Thank you. Thank you. The way to say is COVID has accelerated or being a catalyst.
Yes, absolutely.
So that way people get their attention. Okay, so thank you so much.
Thank
We've
you,
given you extra 30 seconds because you lost. So I thought, okay, I didn't ask you too many questions. So
we can definitely get on LinkedIn. Yes, and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vince. Good day.
So we have this gentleman who is a chief marketing officer. I always love these names, CMO, right? And he's from Poland, like Polish people, cool people. But I cannot pronounce your name.
Hello?
But I cannot pronounce your name. So you have to help me to pronounce your name.
Hello, my name is Wojtek, and this is the first name. The second name is Wyszczak, and nobody all over the world can pronounce it, so only Polish people.
Okay, got you.
Nice to meet you.
So I think you're not the last, but the least. I think you're the last, but we can double check. But I would. Are you aware of the rules? Usually, what's going on? 5 minutes and 5 minutes. Are you okay?
Yes, I'm okay with that. So 5 minutes pitch and 5 minutes questions and answer, right?
And then 4 minutes and 30 seconds, you get a warning by interrupting. I will interrupt your presentation by saying hello.
Cool.
So that should give you a signal that you have 30 seconds left.
Okay, so just tell me please about the presentation. Should I share the screen for that?
Yes, please. And you can start whenever you feel like to start, whenever you're comfortable.
Okay, so I will do that. So the question is is my presentation enable?
I still can't see your screen.
You can or you cannot?
I cannot.
You cannot. So question is that. Sure. What about now?
Yeah, I can see it now. Very nice.
Yes.
So are you ready to start?
I guess so.
Okay.
We can do it.
You can do it?
Yeah.
Okay, buddy. Okay. All set. All floor is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you. So hello everyone. My name is Wojtek. I'm from Poland. I'm Chief Marketing Officer in Bini company. So now I will try to tell you something about recycling, because only in the next few minutes, people all over the world will produce over 10,000 tons of waste. So only 30% of it is recycled, and the rest goes to the landfills, oceans, deserts, forests, etc. So this is a big problem for the world. Why is that? People just don't like, and don't have a chance to segregate their waste because there is no right infrastructure to do it. Also, there are a lot of problems with waste sorting in public places. We can say there's a complex problem in several levels. So we can tell about the problems with facility management, with waste management, and also the final customers, because there's a low rate of sorting accuracy and lack knowledge about correct waste disposal. Our solution, this is the reason that we have created Bini, the world's first AI-based smart waste bin. We have developed our own system that uses image processing to recognize the type of waste with more than 90% of accuracy. It operates on IoT platform that let our customer control all the devices and let us constantly improve the product efficiency. This is how the Bini works. So Bini basically recognizes the type of waste, then sorts it to the right chamber, then compresses it, and then communicates with its users. Bini compresses waste and monitors the fill and full level of the devices. This reduces the frequency of emptying the bins and ensuring optimized time management for every business. Customization. Bini can be tailored to any needs and brand standards. You can choose the color of the shell. You can choose the wrappings. You can choose the project design for it. You can choose also the options of super silent or just regular voice. So you can choose also the color of the bins inside, and you can choose the option with the hands-free version that I will tell you about it on the end of my presentation, and you can choose also the option with the lock and without the lock. Bini also offer an application that lets control the device remotely straight from the phone or the tablet. It provides access to the real-time data, including technical diagnostics, fill and full level control, alongside advanced usage reports. Bini allows to optimize waste management processes within the building and ensures that you spend only as much resources on it as necessary. Bini is a perfect solution for all public places that people are in the rush and don't have a time and chance to segregate their waste. So we can tell about plenty numbers of our clients in rail stations, hospitals, airports, shopping malls, facilities, smart buildings, also train stations, and most of our clients are offices. Our business map, roadmap. So we had a premiere in 2018 in our domestic local market. So it means Poland. Then in 2019, thanks for our sales activities and our exhibitions, we achieved also Benelux as having distributors them. Same the Nordics countries, China, Deutschland, Austria, and Switzerland. 2020 in the beginning, we get our distributors in Spain, France, and Canada, and then we have a plan to achieve also Emirates, that we have been in January in Abu Dhabi World Future Energy Summit exhibition. Then we are getting conversation with UK potential distributors. Then our plan is to go to the Italy, Singapore, Russia, and Ukraine, and very ambitious plans to 2021. So we'd like to business conquer USA, India, Pacific, Asia, and Middle East. As a new world order, new world situation, we get some response. So in this extraordinary situation, when the whole world needs to meet our new hygiene requirements, we have got your back. Please meet the new Bini, a hands-free, non-contact option featuring an automatically opening flap. With the newest industry technology, the device opens automatically when you approach it. This makes using our smart waste bin even easier. So if it's okay with the presentation, I would open the movie for that.
Bini is an AI-based smart waste management system designed for any smart and safe work and public places. It combines the most advanced technology to simplify recycling needs and create a data-driven waste management infrastructure. Automatic opening flap. In this extraordinary situation, when the whole world needs to meet new hygiene requirements, we have got your back. Please meet the new Bini, a hands-free and non-contact option featuring an automatically opening flap. With the newest industry technology, the device opens automatically when you approach it. This makes using our smart waste bin even easier. Keep your workplace safe with Beanie.
So thank you for your presentation. You've taken a little bit a minute, which is okay. We can reduce it from Q&A. So let's go back to your presentation. I'll give you a minute feedback. I think your story is very relevant, and your video tells the story in a better way. And I personally believe, can you open your presentation, please? So what happens is that this was a common sense. People should have it. Because there's no point to use your hands on a dirty place to open the bin and then just put a recycle and never wash your hands again. Even in a regular environment, this should have been the case, right? So talk about some customer roadmap. So the look and feel is good. I think it's very clear value proposition. So let's talk about a product roadmap.
Could you repeat the last sentence, the question?
I said, could you talk about the product roadmap?
About the product roadmap. So, as I mentioned, we started in 2018. Then we found that we did the premiere of the first version. Then we found distributor for Poland, our domestic market. So we contracted then like 2 machines. Then our business model is like to find the distributors for every market, so that could cover the sales staff and also the technician like service maintenance that is needed in every hardware. So 2019 we get distributors and our operation partnership agencies also sometimes in Benelux and Nordics countries. So I mean about Sweden, Norway, and also Finland. Then also we got some contracts with distributors and partners in Germany. Then 2020 in the beginning, when the situation was quite clear for doing business and for traveling with business. We got the distributors in Spain and France. So we needed to close our activities for a few months, but anyway, we have a roadmap to go to the exhibition. Thanks for being participant in program Polish government program, which is Go to Brands. So it helps us to go to the seven events, seven brand events from the waste management sector. So that is why we get it. We get the distributors, and we also doing the sales stuff for getting distributors all over the world. So hopefully 2021 we will be about to have like 15 distributors, and the plan is for 2020 to sell 200 devices.
Okay, got you. Now, this is your first startup? Give some idea that this is your entrepreneurial journey. You been doing this? Is your first company or second?
No, this is our first company. Previously, the 2 co-founders, which is CEO and the other one is CTO. They just run the business successfully, but just really in a different field. So since 2015, they focus like for 100% on Beanie. So first startup, and what we are proud of. This is not only idea, but just working machine, and so we have about 60.
Got you.
Devices.
Got you. Okay, cool. So I think it's a considerable amount of time you have, and I hope you enjoyed the experience. I enjoyed your presentation. It's a much required thing, and I want you to be successful. And with the product you have, I feel the gut feeling that this might really help to scale up. because people will not have too many questions or and dealing upon. So you have to give them a social impact story, some kind of story which they can take quick action. And what we can do is we can definitely talk more, right? And we can talk one-on-one through LinkedIn. I'm going to just put my information on the LinkedIn. So thank you once again.
Thank you very much.
I really appreciate it.
What of Vinny?
I'm going to just have a 1 minute of wrap up to all the founders and give some kind of a feedback journally. So I'm just waiting for the organizer to put the video, put the video on. Can I do a slide share without this video or no?
Could you have it? Yes, I guess so. So should I send you via email or?
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay. Well, LinkedIn will do. If you cancel yourself, we can just start the video of mine.
Yeah, so stop sharing, right?
Yeah, you please stop sharing. Yeah, thank you. And let's see if I can share it. So basically, I was planning to share just a very quick contact information. So organizers, get the video, please. Can you guys hear me at least?
Yeah. 1 second, please.
Okay, so did you guys hear anything or no? Okay, so what I was trying to tell basically is that in every moment of darkness, there has to be some moments of light. And what basically means is that small amount of gestures can help exceeding expectations of people. I don't know what is. Okay. So you guys have enough information or knowledge on your pitches, but I think what you got to show your clients or your potential investors that you can connect with people more than ever before. What basically that means is how can your product or solution has a compassion to connect with their problem and how they want them to live with that particular solution. So I feel that is where you guys have to show your solution as more compassionate giving than pitching all about technology, because everybody is in a dark, and some moment of lights from your solution, some compassion, some amount of empathy can show actually who you are as a founder and how are you going through this crisis and why you matter to them most. So have that serving mindset to your clients, and I think you will win the business as well as funding. My contact information is online, and feel free to connect me on LinkedIn if you want a faster response. Email response are very slow. So with that, I want to congratulate all the founders over today during presentations. We have 9 founders. And once again, I want to congratulate the World.Digital Forum to put together this event. All of these folks are very responsive. I worked with them last 24 hours. They are just remarkable people, and they're responsible for this particular event. Plus they take care of all of us in a most compassionate way. So let's learn from these folks at World Digital Forum how they are contributing and making little bit of moments of light in our life, in your life, in founders' life, in the speaker's life, and more importantly, how they're building community. With that, I'm going to sign off. You know my contact information. Thank you once again, World Digital Forum.